Boy, oh boy, do I feel like a proud papa tonight with these top 30 visits. Y'all gonna feel me tonight. We about to have some fun. So let's get it cracking. Yo, 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 no maniacs, super no maniacs, and all in between. Welcome to another edition of my favorite show to do in the week. Is some extra sauce, man, when we get to put a little bit of extra this, that, and the third on this thing and talk about football at the same time. And it is a blast to do it. But this show in particular, thank you to Triple R right now for sending me this list because I'm so busy doing all kinds of other things, juggling different situations, editing clips, and doing all the stuff that I had to do for the channel. Sometimes I'm just all over the place, man. I'm just not where I always need to be. And Trips got me right there where I need to be. He sent me, and shout out once again. If you saw that video earlier today, that short video is about 14 minutes or so. I was in there showing the updated list of the top 30 visits. And I got to give a shout out to Aaron Lemming on Twitter. He's got a great page, man. It's a good guy to follow if you want to get the up-to-date versions of whatever the Bears have going on inside LSR, whether it be the 30 visits, the UDFA tracker, that whole thing. He updates that thing daily. He updates it daily. So shout out to Aaron Lemming on Twitter. That's a good guy if you have a Twitter account to go and follow. I mean that, man. It's really informative, man. I got that from shout out again to Greg Gabriel for giving me that information. But man, listen, kids, Trip, you know we work our butts off over here, man, and especially when it came to this draft coverage, man. It was like, given the situation that we had without Chris, and I totally felt overwhelmed when it came to this offseason. I was just like, damn, can the season last a little longer? I'm not ready for this. And I had to get my plan together to design how I was going to go about doing this draft coverage. And what my design was to make sure that all the people that work, those day-to-day jobs with long hours, and you got kids and you got situations at home and you don't have time to put in like I do right now. I want to feed those people who didn't have time to, go through some of this film and really get educated on these players. And so I felt like over here at the Nomad Network, we do that for you. And so I believe we accomplished that goal. Not only that, when we get into that list, kids and Trips, of the guys that are coming in for the 30 visits, it's like I set it up. It's like we set it up over here at the Nomad Network, and we gave them that list because we covered all those guys, except for one of them. There's one of them that didn't make one of those prospect shows, and he could have. And I'll tell you about that story a little bit later on. But holy SHIT, fellas, they are bringing in the exact players. And just for the record, when you got to look at all these prospects, we talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of players. I'm confident in saying, kids and Trips, that was well into the thousands of players that I looked at. And you got to sort through them all to figure out which one of these guys you want to highlight, right? And so when you do that, it's a daunting task. You're like, you got to feel confident in what you're seeing on tape and put this prospect on a show. And so we did all that, and we came out smelling like roses, dude. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. When you see the list of guys that we're gonna talk about, kids and Trips, dude, it's like we designed it over here at the Nomad Network. But I'm so excited about all that, man. And you can tell in my voice right now. Let me pass the rock over to my guy in Canada, man. Let him do his thing over there, man. Shout out to the No Maniacs.
Yes, sir. Captain Canada at your service. What's cracking, No Maniacs? Super No Maniacs, what it do? It's Crimson, your dig is out there. He says he's heading out to my neck of the woods. Listen, bro, it's a big-ass country, man. It's a big country. So I'm not sure what parts you're aiming at. Let me know what parts you're aiming at. What I'm going to tell you right off the bat is the food. Don't go to bright neon light spots. All right. That's probably the best advice I can give you. Find holes in the wall. They are the best. In Canada, the real food you're going to find at chip trucks. You're going to find at, little restaurants here and there across the way. That's where you're going to find the best food, and you'll be shocked, especially if you're going to Toronto or Montreal. If you're going to Toronto, Montreal, you have to have some Caribbean food. You will get some of the baddest Caribbean food in the world outside of the Caribbean. There's also a lot of Caribbean fusion, which is just crazy. They turn around, they'll take your curry chicken, your oxtail, your roti, and mix that with Asian food. It's crazy out there, man. Beware. You're going to get some serious grub out there, man. I'm telling you. But as far as spots to kick it, right now, if you're going...
Who's that going up there, Crimson?
Crimson's going up there, man. Crimson's coming up. He's from Chicago, so... Oh, he's living in Seattle. So you're going to... Whoa! Oh, you're going... So Niagara all by itself is dope, actually. You're going to love Niagara. That's a trip and a half if you're coming from Seattle.
That shit sounds very scenic. I'm almost jealous of him right now. I am jealous. Fuck that. I am.
You should if you're driving down from Seattle to Niagara, that's crazy. You're gonna see the better part of the country from like west to east. When you get to Niagara in itself, I kind of love it. I kind of love it. It's sort of just a tourist location. It's built for tourists. There are wax museums, amusement park type things. There's a massive Ferris wheel in the middle of the city. All sorts of stuff to do just in the city of Niagara itself. You're gonna love it. But the one thing I would sort of, yeah, I'll find food. I want to see there. I would actually dodge the food in Niagara because they feel like it's a tourist situation and they charge you out the nose for it. Mind you, great outlet shopping in Niagara too. It's an awesome place to wind up at the end of the day. But if you're driving from west to east, you're probably going to pass by maybe Calgary, Edmonton.
I like how he's thinking, kids. You know, he's talking about old buildings, spectacular mountains, remains of those.
You're going to see mountains in the west as you're coming in. Like you're going to see the mountain ranges out west. If you're coming in from Seattle, you're coming in from the other side.
That is absolutely, when I travel, I want to go to places that, great people, or people just in general have walked. And so I can see what they saw. He's traveling with that mindset that I have. I went to see raggedy ass Stone Mountain in Georgia, and I kind of knew what it was before I got there. When I moved to Stone Mountain, and when I got there, it was just like I wanted to go see Stone Mountain, the carvings on the mountain. I had to go see it. I went and seen it, and when I came out of there, I ran into somebody that I had recently met, and he was just like, "Where you coming from?" I was just like, I had to go over there and go check out Stone Mountain. He said, "You went to go see that racist ass motherfucker?" I was just like, yeah, I know it's racist. I just wanted to go see, what it looked. I just wanted to lay my eyes on, when people do feats like that, the work it takes to create something like that. I know they're a bunch of pieces of shit, but, I had to go lay my eyes on it as a person that just moved to the area just to go see it. And I'm done with it. You know what I mean? And it's just it wasn't nothing right home about. I'll just tell you that. But he thinks like me. He goes about traveling to places and things, wants to see things, in that light, you want to see the historical value.
Wow, he's going check out where he's going, y'all. He's going U.S. Niagara side, Pikes Peak, Yosemite, the Redwood Forest, and the coastal highways. You're gonna probably see the Rockies in the mix. The Rockies are beautiful. A lot of just crystal clear water out there and skyline, and it's kind of crazy out west. I haven't been out there yet. I'll be God honest with you. I haven't been out there. My kid's out there now, and he's loving just the scenery out there because it's different than where he's grown up. You're going to appreciate all of that, but when you get further east and you're at Niagara, you're going to love it. Again, it's just a fun, both sides, super fun. Better outlet shopping on the U.S. side, decent on the Canadian side, but you got U.S. money. Take it for what it's worth. You know what I mean? If you come over this side, it's going to be even cheaper for you. But if you're really talking about like nostalgic value, you want to hit Montreal. Montreal looks like old Europe. It's a beautiful city. It's completely different than you would expect. It's sort of, I don't, man. I compare where I'm at. I'm in Ottawa. Ottawa's sort of like Rhode Island meets New York. It's probably the best way that I could put it. There's lots of canals and water, but it's big and it's decent. Toronto is just like New York. It's just a metropolis, but a lot of multicultural shit there. A lot of food. Montreal, beautiful city. Nightlife is insane, bro. Like you will love the nightlife over there if you make it down there.
Hey,
Yeah, that's OG poutine, bro. That's OG. You got it. You got it.
Eating all that poutine, man. You're gonna be over there taking a lot of naps, Crimson. That's all that shit good for, is putting your ass to sleep.
Yeah, be careful driving, man. You might not, you know what I mean? You might fall asleep at the wheel, eat that poutine. But Kingston area, Belleville, you might get some real good fish and chips. I don't know if you're going any further east. The further east you go, the better the seafood is. It's yeah, man. Man, you're going all the way down. That's pretty crazy.
You gonna give some shout outs to these guys before we?
Why not? Let's give these guys some love, man. Starting with It's Crimson, you dig. Thanks for jumping in, my brother. The Sea Bears out there with us. FFG's holding it down in the chat. White Ghost is with us. Paul Rodriguez jumped in. The good minister Charles Johnson is a super no maniac, and you should be too. Derek Guy's with us here today. And yeah, man, we'll keep this thing moving on down to my brother underneath me. What it do, Triple R? What are you saying, bro?
What up to everybody? The people there in the chat watching later on demand. Shout out to you. We got less than 2 weeks to do mock drafts for another goddamn year. So the time is coming that the Bears will be on the clock, and we can move on to the critique of our draft picks, as opposed to, no, I like this tight end better than that tight end. Fuck you! That tight end's better than that tight end. And it's like, oh, settle down, fellas, settle down. Before we move on, quick shout out to Chef Trips once again for doing the damn thing here on last week on Extra Sauce and up on our channel at Sports Chicago Style, which you should be subscribing to. There are new videos up, 3 shorts of sweet chili sauce, how to make, very easy, how to make duck sauce, and how to make dragon sauce, along with the clip of the appearance of the live cooking demonstration of the ground beef fried rice. So all of those are up on the channel. Check them out if you haven't, and try some of those sauces, because you can make them healthier, you can make them to your taste, and you can go whatever food you want to go with.
Speaking of,
what up?
I gotta give you a quick shout out, man, because I sent that to my girlfriend. When you sent it to me, she had just left out to go to work, and she'd been like, "Hey, did he put this out yet?" And I was like, "I don't know. I ain't had time to go look at his channel. I ain't seen." And then all of a sudden, Tripp sent me the video of him making the duck sauce. And I'd asked him, I was just like, "Dude, can you make duck sauce?" And he was just like, "Yeah, I think I can do that." And he made it. And so I sent it to my girlfriend, who just got to work, and she couldn't really look at it until she got on break. So she got on break, and she was just like, "Is that apricot he's using?" She's an apricot fucking, she's crazy about apricot. And I was just like, "Yeah." And she's like, "I'll talk to you when I get home." And she came home, and she was just like, "Where can I get this shit at?" And I was just like, "Anywhere? Like, you can get apricot preserved pretty much anywhere." She said, "I'm gonna give that shit a run for it." She ain't the best cook in the world. I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. But I'm gonna give her a shot. You know what I mean? I'm gonna see what she wants. But she told me to tell you thank you, because she really appreciated that, and she showed her girls at work. It's like 2 or 3 of them gonna try it too. So
well, that's the beauty about that particular recipe. There is no cooking. Yes. It's just mixing of the ingredients in a jar.
Anybody can make a sauce.
Yeah,
anybody can make a sauce. If you follow his instructions, you put those things in a bowl and stir.
It's like Chef Trips won't even dirty up a bowl. He just puts the ingredients straight into the jar. And just stir it up in the jar.
It's smart.
You know what I mean? Whereas some of the stuff needs to simmer or boil a little bit, and then you let it cool before putting it in the jar. But yeah, those sauces, not only go with, let's say, Chinese or Asian foods, but I believe it was Aunt Mas who put in the comments that he put the sweet chili sauce over like some wings, and it was a lovely experience. You know, you get some egg rolls, you got some potato chips, you got French fries, you got tortilla chips. Go ahead, dip that in a little duck sauce.
Hey Trip, I seen a dope ass recipe, and I don't even remember where I saw it at. Fucking Alfredo wings.
Mm-hmm.
So just fry your wings hard. You know, around here, that's just the way you need to fry your chicken.
They're natural, hard,
Yeah.
hard.
Fry them hard, and then make you up. Whether you get, like, for me, I make homemade Alfredo. You know what I mean? I make homemade Alfredo. The stuff in the jar is there. When you ain't got time to, you don't feel like doing all that.
Mm-hmm.
But Alfredo wings, and sometimes I haven't eaten it yet. I haven't tried it, but sometimes you can look at something and be like, "Oh, that shit's gonna be crazy. That shit's gonna be crazy." Alfredo sauce on your wings, fried hard. The kids is over there. I can see them digital reading.
I'm not with it, bro. I'm not with it. I don't like. I'm trying to picture these two flavors together. I can't. I don't know if I can do it.
What do you mean to tell me you ain't had Alfredo pasta with chicken on your plate?
Look, I've had Alfredo pasta with chicken. It's been okay, but it's sort of. I'm trying to think if I've had something like that before.
Have you ever had the Parmesan garlic wings?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. So I have had exactly that, and that's off the chain. That's crazy good. Garpar wings?
Because the Alfredo sauce has that Alfredo taste to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter if you use whatever kind of pasta, linguine, spaghetti, rigatoni, it all has that Alfredo. And then when you put let's say you bake some chicken in that sauce, the baked chicken is still good, but it gives it that Alfredo.
Mm-hmm.
Chicken wings are good, but guess what? They got Alfredo. So Alfredo is a very, I don't want to say overpowering.
Overpowering. I know what you mean.
Overpowering taste.
Yeah.
So whatever Alfredo's in, it's like, oh yeah, there's some Alfredo. So whether it's wings, whether it's pasta, however Alfredo tastes, imagine that taste on fried chicken.
So Trips, you got to imagine, we from the hood, you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna eat some fried chicken and right next to some damn Alfredo pasta, and that's just gonna get on that chicken. So you done tasted, if you're around us and shit, you done tasted Alfredo wings already. You just don't know you did.
Mm-hmm. Well, unless you're like Carl from BCP, you're down with BCP. He's kind of neurotic. He doesn't like his food touching. There are people like that. So it's like
that's what I'm laughing at, Smitty Q. Shout out to you, my dude, man. That's pretty funny. Alfredo wings is definitely big back income.
Finish saying what you got there saying, because I know where you go. Neurotic ass, but my girlfriend is like that. I'm like, she got to separate everything. Can't shit touch it. I'm like, you know what, man? This shit getting hard when you put it in your mouth. But visually, you got to see it not touching.
Now we're having a good conversation. I would like to know, like, where that compulsion came from for people. My daughter's like that too.
Weird motherfuckers.
If like the gravy touches, something else on the plate, it's I can't eat it, and she'll like eat, the side piece. But whatever happening in here, no chance she's gonna eat that. She just leaves it on the plate. I'm like, what happened to half your plate? Well, they mix together, Dad. So like, I'm not about to do that. I'm like, but that's where the flavor's at. You don't know what that's about. You have no
shit in their heads, man. Kids, I'm telling you, man. It's like what's weird about my girlfriend? I told her, you're fucking weirdo. I said, you're weirdo, because you will sit there and make some shit, and she will take, like, I can't stand eating dinner with her sometimes, man, because, like, say for instance, on one of her days off, and we're gonna do a movie binge or a show binge or something like that. We'll set the whole situation up all nice and cute and relationship like. And I made a nice ass dinner, or we order something, whatever it is. She will take another half an hour to make sure, like say for instance, Trip, I made a pot roast or something like that. With she's gotta, if I don't cut that thing up and make it into teeny tiny ass little bite-sized pieces, she's gonna spend another 10-15 minutes making sure she got that shit all the right size and separated from everything else on the plate. And then she gets in here and she takes a forkful and she puts every fucking thing on the fork. and gets it together and puts it in her mouth. Tell me how the fuck does that make sense, man?
It's touching on the fork.
Like individually assembled it.
On the fork.
And now it makes sense to that's to me that's just crazy town. I don't know, man. Weird things have happened in the you know in the annals of flavor, like peanut butter and chocolate. I don't know how that happened, but somebody was taking a risk. Like, let's just be real about this. Somebody had to step off a ledge and be like, yo, I'm gonna stick this chocolate bar in this peanut butter and see what's up. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's basically what happened there. And it turned out all right. I know, like, the first time somebody came up to me and was like, yo, dip your French fry in this Frosty and see what happens. I was like, why are we doing this? You're crazy. But hell, I did. It was all right. It wasn't so bad. I don't go and do it all the time now, but definitely tried it. It was all right. Got to be a little bit adventurous out there, especially with your food. Another one is chicken and waffle. Now, when you get down to a good chicken and waffle, if you have real ass maple syrup and hot sauce on that puppy, you're doing the thing the right way. If you're not doing it with those two things together, you've missed the boat on chicken and waffle. I'm just letting you know.
Dog, that's just like Smitty has got the most classic north-south conversation and argument there is. and this is this, man. It's like, for some people, fish and spaghetti are two separate entities and two separate meals, right? Trips. And for us in the north, in this region in particular, that's what you do. You gonna make some fish, goddamn, put some spaghetti on that plate with it.
A side of spaghetti and some coleslaw.
Yeah. You know, that's how we roll. You know what I mean? Spaghetti is a side dish for everything. You know, we eat spaghetti as a singular dish too. But, you know, the meatless spaghetti and with the really nice tangy sauce next to the, you know, the hot fish or, you know, fried chicken or whatever you got going on. Anything fried, good spaghetti will go with it. But, you know, it's just one of those, like, I'm telling you, man, my girlfriend's weird as shit, man. She's weird, man. And I'm like, lady, I can't stand waiting on her to eat something because I'm trying to do, you know, I'm trying to be very domesticated and trying to do the couple thing. And I'm waiting on her. My shit fucking getting cold. I'm waiting on her to eat because she's in there cutting up her food into teeny tiny ass pieces and separating everything on the plate. I'm just like, she knows when I start getting
like, you can't do that and watch TV?
Man, dude, I'm telling you, man, something, man, I don't know what it is, but she's weird like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe she's just weird.
I don't know, because growing up, you know, I'm a fatty, so whatever. But my favorite time of the year was Thanksgiving.
I was gonna say, man, all that gets mashed up on that plate.
One plate, bro, that would normally be like 3-4 plates. One plate. Pile that shit on top of each other and let all those juices and flavors, like, oh shit, I had some melon mac and cheese under these greens. I didn't even know. It's a flavorful explosion in my mouth, and everybody's invited. It's a party, no doubt.
We've
so just having food like each other.
Chips look like a Thanksgiving food type. I ain't that guy, man. I ain't that guy.
Really? There's like, how can you go wrong with Thanksgiving dinner? Like, and especially because for me now, I've got like, so my wife is white, and she does like her family does like traditional turkey, ham, white rice. Like, we're lucky if there's white rice. Usually mashed potatoes. You know what I mean? Like, it's just it is.
The only sweetness from the sweet potatoes is natural sweetness. Ain't no brown.
No,
sugar.
they don't do. Hey, they don't do sweet potatoes. They do. They do cranberry sauce. It's a completely different thing. But then my family does a whole other like Caribbean take on this thing. All right. So Thanksgiving is 2 meals a year within over the course of a weekend. Where the next week is just itis. You know what I mean? We're just nodding in and out of sleep because we also have to finish off the leftover turkey that's left over. It's a brutal situation.
A week later, it's like, I'm tired of fucking turkey.
Please, no more turkey.
It's like, all right, well, hold on now. Well, but these turkey pot pies could be a little something with that carcass.
See, you know what, Trips, I don't know how it went down in your house, but in my house, every year there's not only several turkeys, there's several hams. And so, like, I kind of, avoid the goddamn turkey, man, because me and turkey is like, if I can get one of them wings and it's nicely done, I'll get one of them if ain't nothing else to get in there. But usually I'll go in there on Thanksgiving and grab me a couple of little slices of ham and some macaroni and cheese, and I'll just start walking out the kitchen. And my mother, God damn it, you better put some more on that plate than that hard as I done worked on this goddamn. Put some more food on that goddamn plate. Start going off on me and shit. She's like, oh, shit, what you want me to get? Like, put some food on that motherfucker shit. But that's how
you're in this goddamn kitchen all day for you to eat like a goddamn bird. You better power up that plate and get full.
Man, she get hostile. My grandmother too. Like, you better put some more food on that goddamn plate.
They used to make me sit down. Like, you can't leave the table until you're finished your plate. So with this generation of kids, I did the same thing, man. To this day, I hear crybaby stories about how Matt's a jerk. He made me sit at the table. I couldn't leave. I had to eat well, listen, everybody in the kitchen who spent hours cooking the food for you to eat deserves a little bit of respect. There's people out there who can't eat at all. All these people deserve some respect, y'all. You got to sit there. You got to eat the food that you were served today. And let me be real, the food that you put on your plate, because we didn't put that all on there for you. Man, kids hate me.
Yeah, we got some other fellow weirdos in here, man. Derek guy, he's like, he weird too. He said, I ain't gonna lie, my food.
Hey, so like I'm saying, I got OCD bad. Hey, some people are just like that. I'm just trying to tell you, you're missing out on some crazy flavored stuff. Like one of the bombest flavors that I was like, what am I eating? This is amazing. It was I went for waffles, and the chef cooked up like this raspberry compote, which is like sort of like a jam, and then you put a little bit of syrup on top of the jam. You have your I didn't really do it like that. I didn't know that you could like jam it up like that. But it was nice, super flavor. Another one was apples, bacon, and scallops. Oh my Lord. Blow your brains out. Like, I'm not even a scallops guy, but watching people eat this stuff, I was like, all right, fine. I gotta eat the scallops. So I tested scallops. Hoo-wee, yo. Fire.
Well, just scallops, that nice tender ocean meat, and then you got that bacon grease going on. You got the little sweetness and
a little sweet, salty. Yeah. Wow, bro. Insane good.
You just gotta, the right flavors together complement each other. The right amount of sweet, the right amount of sour, the right amount of tart, the right amount of bitter, the right amount of salty. You put all those together, you got a beautiful ballet on your tongue, as opposed to, oh, that's just so sweet. Oh, that's just too salty. You got that perfect blend. And putting those in a spoonful or forkful.
It's exactly what it was, Trip. So I'm at the Ritz-Carlton of all places. I ain't never been back. I probably will never be back at the Ritz-Carlton. One time only. I'm good. If I make it back, I'm happy. But they're just serving it on a white, big ass white spoon, all mixed up in there. A little bit like almost apple juice in there. A little like bacon juice in there, a little bit of like scallop juice. It was so good, bro. You just pop that in your mouth and ooh-wee. You gotta look at somebody beside you and be like, damn, I don't know who thought of all this, but compliments to the chef.
Smitty Q asked, he said, no, man, y'all ever had chicken chili? I ain't gonna say I had the pleasure, man. I haven't ever had chicken chili, man. I've always had turkey chili before, but not chicken.
Word?
I never had chicken chili. And Scrolls is asking me to make a pick. So Trips, the next time you do fish and spaghetti, man, hook it up like it needs to be seen. That's what Scrolls is saying. He's that if you give a visual of what that shit's like when you see it, that's when motherfuckers will get it. That's what he's trying to say here.
Oh, well, here, I can actually do that right now. Keep talking.
You actually got a picture.
Well, no, it's not actual. You got, what do you call that thing? Not a picture, But hold on, playlist. I'm going to Sports Chicago Style now. I'm going to the Shade Trips.
Do it got music?
Yo,
No,
just
this was done. Actually, this was what is this? What do you call that thing? Draft of last year, 2024, when Chef Trips did a live cooking demonstration on BCP.
And you did fish and spaghetti on there?
Fried fish. Yeah, that's what he did. Hold on. I pasted it in the chat now. So you can click on there. There's nothing copywritten. It's like from the show, but scroll through and you can see like the finished product because there was a 2-part video here on the channel. One is the soul food spaghetti, and that has the meats in it. I believe there's andouille sausage and maybe something else. I don't remember offhand.
You know what?
And the second part of that video is fried catfish nuggets.
You know what? I do remember Shorty asking me. I told him, I said, "You a goofy motherfucker." He said, "Man, I can't even imagine having fish and spaghetti together." I was like, "Cause you goofy. Cause you don't know what it's like, man. You don't know what it's like." What's that?
Now you see now make the full size of the screen there. And so the spaghetti is in that pot. You see it there, and then in the wok there, frying the catfish nuggets.
Oh yeah.
And so spaghetti and fried fish.
That's what's up, man. I made some fried pollock the other day. Just made some fried pollock the other day, and I was trying to talk my girlfriend into eating some spaghetti with it. I can't get certain shit out of her head. I'm just gonna have to make it. Like she's off tomorrow. I might have to just make it and then just kind of force it on her. And I don't like doing that to people, but she ain't gonna get it until she tastes it together. And she still.
That's how you learn. I mean, I love going to buffets at like Polish restaurants or Italian restaurants, whatever ethnic restaurant that has a buffet. Because it's like, I don't know what none of this shit is, but guess what? I'm gonna try everything until I find something I like or don't like. And then the stuff I like, I'm gonna load up on it. And so there is the Red Apple on Devon or Lincoln, just north of
FFG. That's some Minnesota stuff.
And I believe it's Polish food. And Polish food is some good stuff. It's heavy as fuck, and it makes you take a nap. But very, very tasty. Yeah. Surprisingly.
Let me shout out to Cocaine Bear. I was just typing something in the chat. Stay put, you guys. We about to get into some football, but this is some extra sauce, man. We just get into all kind of random conversations about anything under the sun, and this is kind of what comes out of us. This is passionate stuff for us. You know what I mean? Like, I know food is a big thing with Triple R. It's a big thing with me, but Triple R is a food person of the show, and stuff like that, like fish and spaghetti, like you guys don't understand. Like if somebody gives you you go to somebody's house and somebody's making catfish nuggets, catfish fillets, and they put a small amount of spaghetti on that plate along with the fish and maybe some coleslaw. I'm not a coleslaw person, but I know a lot of people that are. You put that thing on. I've had it together with the fish and spaghetti. It's the cold with the hot. It's like the cold flavor with the hot. You're gonna put some hot sauce on your fish, right? You're gonna put some hot sauce on that fish, and you get a fork full of that spaghetti after you eat a piece of that fish. If you don't see exactly and understand what people love about that, then it might take you a little bit of time to get used to it. But I am telling you guys, fish and spaghetti is one of my favorite dishes of all time.
And then get a piece of white bread with some butter.
Man, I don't eat butter on it, but I just eat some white bread.
What do you drink? Some Tahitian tree or some RC? What kind of ghetto drink you sipping on with it?
Around here, just 7-Up.
Oh, okay, 7-Up.
No RC Cola, huh? Okay.
When I was a kid, it was Kool-Aid, goddammit.
Really?
What color Kool-Aid?
Red, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you ain't going
great.
Well, that's purple, not grape.
I actually like it's purple drink, right? I like that, but I like the blue, man. When the blue came out,
but I prefer the pink though myself. Not the pink lemonade, but the strawberry pink.
Okay, all right.
There's
I
a
like
difference.
FMG running around here eating bears and shit.
Yeah, but that's at Minnesota, though. You know what I mean? That's at
Yeah, I
Minnesota.
don't know.
He's talking about-
It's like a hairy ass human you eating, man. You ever seen a bear with the skin off of it? It's like you eating a dude with big hands and feet.
I've never seen a bear without the fur, so there's that. It does look sort of like a big old dog, though.
Like,
Mhm.
like you eat a big guy and shit. This is what it look like.
Hey, you want to go down a rabbit hole or addressing the rabbit hole? Just type into YouTube field dressing animals. And it's like, that's how they strip a deer. Oh, that's how you dress a bear. Oh, that's how you get the skin off of a gator.
Yeah, nah,
You got a lot of time on your hands.
Not just talking about Faygo. I don't know when the last time I had a Faygo soda, man.
Ditto!
I don't know when the last time I had that. I used to like there was this one little local brand of cream soda I used to really like. What is the name of that damn joint? But it was very, very local, Trips. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It was a cream soda, man. And nobody, like when I was a kid, I was like the only weird ass kid that liked cream soda.
It was Fayo, Fanta. There's the generic Jules. They just said cream soda, grape, root beer. I used to love those.
All right, I got one for you.
What's it?
Jolt
Lehigh?
Cola.
Lehigh.
Y'all get Jolt Cola in the U.S.?
Yeah,
That was a wow.
Word?
Don't nobody
Yeah, that was with all the caffeine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that came out way back in the day.
All right, I'm just checking.
Like Chicago is a very like I used to have this conversation with people all the time down in Atlanta because when you go down past the Mason-Dixon line, you start noticing a few things. Number one, you don't see any more White Castles. You start seeing Crystal. Two, you start seeing less Pepsi and you start seeing more Coca-Cola. One of the first things that came to my attention when I got down there, it was getting harder and harder to find a Pepsi. Coca-Cola is right in front of your face. Why?
I couldn't find a Pepsi anywhere in Florida. It took me a minute.
Exactly. You get past the Mason-Dixon line, it gets territorial as far as, food and beverages go. Like you couldn't find a Chick-fil-A anywhere near here for a long time. I still don't like that shit. Everybody boosted the shit up and built it up like it's the next thing best to
flavor to it.
That shit ain't shit, man. It's weird. Like, but they swear by it in the South.
What do you say, Ken? Do you say pop or soda?
We say either, but to be honest with you, pop is pretty regular over here because we had a brand that was just called Pop, Poppe. Poppe, something like that. It was. Anyways, we had it. It was a brand for years that you could go and buy, and they had it was like a 6-pack with 6 different flavors: 1 cola, 1 lemon lime, 1 pineapple, 1 cream soda, and 2 more flavors. Like I wish a root beer and something else. I can't remember the last one, but yeah, it was just pop. But we'll call it soda too. We're not really picky on which one.
Because like one of the okay.
No. I was gonna say RC is that's what we look for when we eating pizza.
Well, maybe unless you can, like I say, some Tahitian treat or some Big Red.
It's crazy that y'all had that, over there. I thought those shits were bargain basement Canadian things. Like all my life growing up as a kid, I thought RC Cola was Royal Canadian Cola. Swear to knocking on wood on this. I swear. That's what I thought it was. And yeah, man, it was a regular thing out here when you're, if you could get 2-3 bottles of the 2-liter bottles of RC Cola for the cost of a Coke. You know what I'm saying? Like it was
It's strong as a motherfucker too.
99 cents for a 2-liter.
RC was stronger than corn whiskey.
It's strong as hell, man.
Oh yeah, man.
You need a big ass burp. Get you a thing of that. Like I drank a RC one time. I drank one hot because I ran in the house.
Oh no.
dog, I mean, the gas that came out of me made my
That'd
nose run, my eyes was water, I was crying, and my snotting all over the place. That's how strong the acid is in that motherfucker, man. That shit is strong.
And don't let it go flat because it's like drinking straight sugar.
You just syrup, right? Like, oh, but yeah, man. No, man, I used to drink that all the time as a kid.
But like, what was the comment here that I saw that Great Knee High, that was that Black Cherry Pop, that was a flavor for the generic and the jewels. But there was another comment that I just saw that I don't see anymore.
What did it say?
I don't remember, but it was Mr. Pibb, that low budget ass Dr. Pepper.
See if you can find. Oh, there it is. Anyone had Mr. Pibb?
That cherry Dr. Pepper, cherry Mr. Pibb. I fucks with that.
I love Dr. Pepper.
So let me bless you guys with this. So you were just asking me about pop. I didn't know if this even still existed, but in some capacity it does. This is what I'm talking about. So that's why we would call it pop a little bit more so in Canada, because pop shot it wasn't POPPE, it was SHOPPE. I was close, but this was the brand that we used to drink when I was a kid. I would like this, the lime one in the middle, dope, super good.
Monte said his mom still drive to Chicago to stack up on RC and Diet Right. God damn, man, you talking about like my grandma shit.
Wildwood, that was a generic name. Wildwood Pops.
Yeah, hell yeah, them shit's still in the store. Tab. I remember hearing about. I've seen Tab. I've seen
that was the no sugar, no caffeine, or no whatever the hell it was. It was no taste, no flavor.
Wildwood joints, man. You know, whenever you having a get together and people trying to fill up the cooler, I need you to bring over me some. I need a couple of cases of pop for the get together. Everybody gonna have Wildwood, man. Everybody gonna have Wildwood.
You can get a whole case for like $1.
And the shit
in those little flimsy ass cardboard half containers that they would come in with the can imprints on the bottom. You know, carry that shit straight to the cooler, put it in, ice over the top, done. It's like, y'all got some of this flavor? What's ever in the cooler? Well, you ain't knowing that in the cooler, and I guess we ain't got it.
Yo, I never had this, Smitty Q. I'm a sour puss, yo. Like, I love sour stuff.
Smitty trying to hurt himself, man. What you trying to do, man?
I would love this.
Warheads and pop. What you trying to do, man?
And there's a Warheads pop. I would do that for sure. I definitely test that out because I love sour stuff. I really do.
Man, them Wildwoods, hey, Scrolls and Wildwoods at every goddamn family gathering. I don't care what the gathering was, a funeral, a birthday party. If you bringing people to the house and I need you to get me some pop, I need you to bring me this. Whoever brought pop, man, they brought like 2-3 cases of fucking root beer and lemon, lime, orange, all that shit, and poured all that shit in the ice, man. So it'd be like, I hate it after one of those get-togethers at my mother's house, man, because it was always going to be me having to clean up afterwards. And I'm going to go around the house all up and down that motherfucker, all around the yard, front, back. And it's going to be like 400 fucking half-drunk pops all over the goddamn place. You know what it is after the get-together. Like, people start drinking this shit and they just leave it and they go over there and talk to somebody else and start open up another and start drinking that. Literally, it would be like, I'm serious. I pick up 40 fucking half drunk pops, man, and that shit was.
Well, it always annoyed me at the end of the party, and it's like, oh shit, leftovers, being a fatty like I am, and it's like, wait, why only pops left the lemon lime? It's like nobody liked this shit. It's like, what are strawberries? What are root beers? What are cream soda? I'm thirsty.
Man,
water. Get the fuck out of here with water. I'm drinking that bullshit.
Not when I was a kid. I'm run to the water now. You know what I mean? But I'll drink like once in a while. Triple R. I drink a 7-Up.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. But I do. I'm gonna have to ask my girlfriend next time she runs to the store, grab some Barks. I love a root beer once in a while, and I love a Dr. Pepper once in a while.
You know I got Mountain Dew or Sprite or 7-Up, all basically the same thing. But I keep a can of that in the fridge in case you need it in a recipe or something. Or, you got a tummy ache and you need a little ginger ale or something to soothe your tummy. You remember how you used to sip on that? I'm like, oh, baby, you got a tummy ache, sip on some of this. Oh, thank you, mama.
Man, I'm seeing this Warhead soda. We got it in Canada. I'm gonna have to find this now.
Yeah, I'm sure that's totally healthy.
For all the people that came in here and want to hear the Bears conversation, trust me when I tell you we're about to get into it in earnest. We just having a little pit stop conversation. You know how we are. We very worldly people and very personal people, and so every time I do one of these shows, I get hungry like that.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, my guy, Ethereal Sanders, one of the No Maniacs, just jumped into the situation, man.
I heard y'all was about to have a Bears conversation.
All right, we definitely about to do that.
You ain't with all the food, I guess. That's fine. We all got to
everybody give Ethereal Sanders a shout out, man. I've been working with him on the backside of things and trying to get him on here. And I do really appreciate you for coming, man, because not everybody is forward and willing to come on a podcast, especially around us knuckleheads and talk, random stuff and then football. You know what I mean? So thank you for being here. I know you got a young baby there at the house, man. So I understand, bro.
I had a first tonight with that cat.
Was that
what?
Coming out the top and the bottom same time.
Oh, simultaneously. That's, welcome to fatherhood, my dude. I'm so far away from that, and that'll never happen again. This is good stuff, man. Those are great days. Those are great days. So you got some dude wipes somewhere floating around.
I mean, you got to take a shower when that happens. Everybody.
I would tell this, man. There was the first and the last time we slept in when my son was young. We slept in till like, I don't know, 9:30. Wasn't like a deeper late situation, but we got up. All right, let me go check on the youngster, and he's in his crib. My dude, man, it was like a scene from The Exorcist, bro. Like I opened this door and he has taken his diaper off, which is caked full of doo-doo, and has smeared it everywhere he could possibly think. All over the bars of the crib, on the crib. There's poop in his hair. There's poop everywhere. I'm like, what do you even do in a situation like this? So I get up. I'm like, baby, you need to get up, man. You know what I mean? You need to get up because you got to take him and bathe him. I've got to dismantle this crib now and like wash it down because I ain't going to buy a new crib. That's not happening.
Okay, I'd have left his ass on the porch and then ran.
It wasn't raining, dog. It wasn't raining. It was the middle of summer. To make matters worse, it was just gonna stink. So was he. So yeah, man, it was Picasso. Oh, bro, it blew my mind. And he was so happy. Like, he was sitting there just smiling. I was like, you little bastard. You destroyed the entire room. This is gross. Yeah, sorry guys. I guess we should get to Bears football now. Oh man, we cleaned them up good. She cleaned them up good. Man. And like I said, I had to literally dismantle the crib, hose that thing down, wash it all down, disinfect it, and hope to God there wasn't just like lingering pieces of shit. That's all I could really do, man. But hey.
So what's going on, Ethereal? Tell me, how about this, man? Let people, whatever you want to share with the audience, man, just tell people, who you are, right? How you got attracted to this. Anything you want to tell them, it don't matter to me. I'm just giving you.
I'm just a Bears junkie. I'm from the North Side, Bears junkie. I played football in high school and went out for football in college. Hell of an arm, just not fast, just not tall. So I kind of look at the game from a different perspective. So my love for football is a love and a hate because, I'm a Bama grad, right? So I went to school at Bama, but when I was there, we sucked because we had sanctions because they decided to give some of the football players strippers and, so some of the things that, some other folks do, but they got caught doing it. And then you take that and you start to understand football from a different perspective. So it's almost like I'm not even having as much fun as I should when I'm watching the game because I'm trying to pay attention to too much. But that's it. Living down in Dallas now. So I'm true Bears nomad, kind of rolling around from LA and Atlanta and all the places that y'all were talking about. And that's it. So I consume probably way more Bears and football information that's healthy for someone, but it allows me to be able to have conversations like this.
You know what, Ethereal, that's the weird thing about this, because I feel like that what you just described about and just doing way too much football, way too much Bears stuff. That's how I kind of felt, in the last, let's say 2 weeks. I've been trying to get little bits and pieces of myself back because I poured so much into this offseason. I wanted to make a statement this offseason for the people that don't have time and don't have the lifestyle that would, that allows me to go out there and find all these football players and give you tidbits of them so you can identify who they are. And that's mainly what the show is designed around tonight, is to, kind of point that out. And, I got so deep into the tape that once I knew I hit my limit probably 2 weeks ago, and I kind of reeled myself back in. But like, to really get great knowledge and great understanding and give it to people, you need to go there. You got to go there. And so if you're going to call yourself a channel that's going to do Bears coverage and you want to give it the comprehensive approach that you want, you got to be willing to go deep. And that means watching hours and hours. I mean, 5, 6 in the morning hours, and then getting up in the next 3 or 4 hours and starting it all over again. That's what I did this off season. So that's how deep I got, man. And we're going to show the list of how it pays off.
All right. So you don't need to do that. I'm just gonna bring a baseline things. My guy goes off the deep end a little bit, and it's cool. We love him for it. But for me, this past season, man, it got to a point where I'm like, do I really want to call a football game on Sunday? This is not a good situation. And we got 4 more hours to go with the football today. It got painful for a little bit there for me last season. I have to be real. And I'm with you, Crimson. What, too much Bears football? Never heard of such a thing. At one point last season, I was like, I can use a vacation for Bears football. When's this offseason starting? You know what I'm saying? When's the offseason starting?
You can't tell them that you can't do too much. Even as much as I did this offseason, I still haven't done enough because I stopped. There's going to be, like, when I show you the list of the top 30 visits thus far, there's going to be a little bitty list on the side, on the right-hand side of the screen, that shows the local guys, the local pro days that they give out. It's going to be some names on that list that I'm not familiar with. And that's like, when I see stuff like that, matter of fact, let me pull it up. Just let me pull it up now. Let me just stop talking and pull it up right now. Give me a second, guys, to pull it on the screen. And this is what I'm so happy about right about now. And this is courtesy of Aaron Lemming on Twitter. And let me get back into the studio. Can you guys see that decent enough? That's as big as I can get it.
No, you can make it a little bit bigger up where it says 100%. See if you can go to one. Maybe one.
Let me get in there. What do you say?
Right up there, yeah. Click that and see if you can go. Try one. Go 125.
Is that better?
A little bit more.
Yeah, maybe 150.
How's that?
Yeah, that's better. That's much easier to see, but you'll have to sort of maneuver the
I got to scroll the screen a little bit.
Yeah, you got to scroll the screen a little bit, right?
I can't. Hold on. Let me see if I can. This is a document, man.
Yeah, you can. You can.
Yeah, you should be able to scroll down on the left side and across on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me see if I can move it around a little bit. And I don't see any way to do it.
Yeah, I can see it. Just down from where you were. No, right over to the far side.
Just right down a little bit.
Down a little bit. Down a little bit.
More, right there.
Click on that white bar on the right hand side. Yeah, it's gonna come down.
This?
Yeah.
No,
the white bar.
What white bar? What the fuck?
Frame outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, there. Click.
Mhm. There
Is
you
that
go.
better?
Well, now you're down a little too far, but yeah, that's how you move it up and down.
Okay, I see it. I see
You
it.
see it now? There you go,
I
bro.
think you fucking see it. All right,
There you
how's
go.
this?
That's perfect.
Much better.
There you go.
All right. I couldn't fucking see it on my computer. All right. So what we have here is a dream scenario for the Nomad Network. And later in a few minutes, I'm going to show you exactly why. Because, of course, everybody did Ashton Genty. Everybody had a podcast and keep doing podcasts talking about Ashton Genty because that's as far as they want to fucking look. I went deeper. And, you know, that being said, Josh Connerly, very early in the process, kids, trips. Y'all heard me talking about this guy ad nauseum. I was like, this dude can really, really play. Josh Connerly, offensive tackle from Oregon. Holy shit, he's in for a 30 visit. But we knew that for a couple of weeks. Rashard Smith, we knew that for a couple of weeks. In for a visit. Nick Martin, we knew that for a couple of weeks. Isaiah Bond, I did him very, very early in the process. From Texas, wide receiver, slot receiver. It's like basically looking at Darnell Mooney with a lot more speed. Dylan Fairchild, another guy that we talked about early in the process. The only person, Jalen Lane, we did probably is the most recent player that we covered on this list. We did him probably about 3 weeks ago. Jalen Lane was on that list we just did. And so if you guys haven't seen some of those prospect shows, that's probably where you want to go, man. Those prospect shows turned up gold. Every last one of these guys, except Dante Fleming, receiver out of Tulane. That's the only one that I did not cover. And not because I didn't have him on the list. I just didn't get to finish his film. And so what I typically do is give a guy a star or two if I think they're a good player and then come back and watch the film. And I just never got back to Dante Fleming. And I'll be honest with you, we did not cover him on a show. But every single last one of these guys, Jonas Avanea, Anthony Belton, John Williams out of Cincinnati, he was one of the more recent players that we just covered on the network. Out of Cincinnati, offensive tackle, Omar Norman Lott. These are all guys, by the way, Kyle Williams also from Washington State, the slot receiver. But I got to minimize this thing again so I can get to the other side of that. Are you still there, guys?
Slide it from the bottom, bro. You didn't. Yeah. Go back up. Make it big again.
Hold on. What was it? 150?
Yeah, 150. Right at the bottom, you should have a slider, a big slider, big gray slider at the bottom.
I'm not seeing it. Barely.
No, like if you go to the middle of the screen,
It's right where above it says sheet one.
I see it. Where do I need to go?
you just need to slide it to the right. You're sliding the wrong one. You're sliding up, down. You need to slide left, right. So it's at the bottom of the screen.
You talking about this slide right here? Nope.
No. It's like just up and yeah, just click there. No.
No, that's not the right slide.
Not there. Up a little bit. No.
I tell you what, just click inside one of the cells under where it says projected round.
He's right. And go to the right.
Yeah.
Click and push your right arrow on your keyboard. Yeah, keep going.
Gotcha.
There you go.
See it?
Yep.
To show you how much I deal with documents, huh? And so the guy that Antonio Brown right here, that's probably one of the more recent guys we did on the network. Antonio Brown, getting a local visit, a local pro day. That's dope as hell because I think a lot of that running back, and so do a whole lot of No Maniacs on the show looking right now. And let me make sure. There's another guy down here too. Marcus Harper. We did him on the show. He's out of Oregon. That's another name we did. Let me double check, make sure there's no more names down there. I do believe we did Bo Collins out of Notre Dame. Let me double check. And that's it.
And these are the local the local 30 visits.
Yeah, those are those local pro days.
Local pro days. Okay.
You can call them a 30 visit. Those are freebies.
Yep.
So let's just get up out of here and let me stop my screen and let's just get those guys up on the screen because I think that's what people came here to really see. Let me fix this up right quick. And instead of me talking about these guys, I'm listening. I'd rather listen to you guys. If you want to know, if you don't know about these football players, just ask me, man. I'll be willing to. Of course, Jonah Savanea. Of course. Any thoughts on him before I start talking about Jonah? He's coming in. I just did a short when I was describing that, don't be surprised if he came in on a 30 visit. I think he's pretty much the best, just all-around offensive lineman in the draft. I'm not talking tackle. I'm not talking guard. I'm not talking center. I'm talking about the best offensive lineman in the draft. And I feel really good when I say I feel like he's the best guy there.
Wow. Okay. There's some really good offensive linemen in this draft. I'm not going to take anything away from this particular player because I would love it if they maybe selected him with 41. If they did, you know what I mean? Maybe he gets a couple of tackle looks while Braxton is rehabbing and getting back into the swing of things. And when the big homie Joe Tooney decides to hang up the cleats, he slides right in at left tackle. And away he goes.
Any thoughts on Jonah Savanea?
What does he play? Is he a tackle, left, right?
He's officially a tackle, but like you would have to watch him. He like just screams guard. His arms are a little bit on the shorter side of things.
No,
I think he'd make a fantastic guard in the NFL. That's just me. But I would give him tackle looks initially, especially in a situation where Braxton's down.
I can't lie. I get a little offended when I hear people just looking at the cat and automatically labeling him as a guard because they sometimes it feels like people are just listening to other people talk. And when I look at the film, and I've said this many times on film, on shorts, I was looking at this guy, knowing what people are projecting him as and trying to say to myself, okay, make me believe that you're not a tackle. And when I look at the film, that guy has done nothing but prove to me he can play a tackle. And he's athletic enough to do it on any level. I think he is. I mean, if you need a guy to come in and play guard, he's like a next level. He'd be a next level guard, I think. But tackle, nobody can tell me this guy can't play tackle whatsoever.
I'm not going to sit here and say that. All I'm saying is that even he has projected himself at left guard as opposed to tackle. So depending on what you're looking at, you might see him listed as an LG. Like when draft day comes, draft night, I'll put money on it that he'll be listed as an LG and not an LT.
It doesn't really matter where they play him at. I just don't like people looking at this guy and just automatically assuming this guy can't play tackle in the NFL.
No, I think he's looking at himself in that way.
Because he knows what people are saying about him.
I don't.
He's just a kid, man.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm not sure if it's is it a bad thing? You know what I mean? I think it's a good thing. I think he's an elite. I think he has potential to be an elite guard in this league. That's my thoughts right off the bat. But will he be an elite tackle in this league? I don't know. I can't speak to it.
I think Penei Sewell is what I look at when I see him. That's the kind of dominance I'm looking at when I see this guy play. I mean, the feet. I just can't get away from the feet and how quick his feet are and how nimble this guy is. And every time I hear somebody say, okay, he's a guard or this, I get a little offended, man, because I'm pro player. This guy can play. This guy can play tackle 110%. Will he get drafted and expected to play tackle? It depends on where he goes. I would love to see the Bears make a priority of getting this guy in the building. There's somebody in that building. The fact that he got to a 30 visit kids trip in Ethereal tells me everything I need to know. I was right the whole goddamn time.
So he split the year at left tackle and right tackle.
Yes.
In the film that you've seen, what was his toughest competition? Where he showcased because he was a team captain. He was all Big 12, right? So he balled, right? But what would you say his production was against some of the folks out in the Pac-12?
I can't. I've seen so much tape ethereal. It's hard for me to pinpoint.
that's fine. Yeah.
It's hard for me to pinpoint games, but I've seen him against high level competition on both sides of the ball. Like in mid game, I watched him against a high level opponent switch to left tackle and be flawless, absolutely flawless. That's why I feel like, and it wasn't like it was a task for him and that he was struggling over there on the other side of the ball, and you could see the effects of not being on the other side. Like technically, people don't know how hard that is. Like when you go to the other side of the ball, it's like in a whole nother universe. And this guy was flawlessly dogging dudes. And I just can't remember exactly what game I saw that. I wish I could, but I am telling you, I think this guy is the best offensive lineman in this class. I really do.
I'm going to give you a little bit of the benefit of the doubt here. How long do you think Penei Sewell's arms are?
I would guess anywhere between 32 and 33 inches.
You think his arms are that short?
They're somewhere between 30. He's probably a little longer than that.
He's not much. And that's why I'm asking you the question. He's actually 33 and a quarter, whereas Jonas Savaiinea is a little bit longer. He's 33 and 7/8. So he's a little bit, potentially a little bit longer. So, I mean, if
kids, a good question to ask me is, what do I think about arm length when it comes to that?
Well, I don't,
because I don't give a shit.
I know you don't, and it's not about.
I just watch
about you. It's not about, like, I'll just be frank about that. It's not about you. It's what does like a Ryan Poles think about it. And when we're looking at traditionally what he has been doing at these positions, he's been drafting guys with like redonkulous arms. Like, I have super long arms. I'll just say that right now. He's drafting guys with super long arms. It's just what he's been doing. Braxton's got very long arms. Karan's got very long arms. It served Braxton very well thus far. So I don't know, but
I can tell you this. Sometimes you look at a player, and I've done enough homework on these players to know that it's times when you have to throw all of that measurable shit, flush it the hell down the toilet, and tell me not that this guy's what he puts on the field doesn't translate. And to me, that's the only question to have here. When it comes to him, when it comes to Will Campbell, when it comes to all these other guys that people are trying to, marginalize because of certain reasons, I just tell you what I saw on tape, and I'm telling you this guy's going to be a stud on the next level, whether he's at guard or tackle.
And when you're looking at this draft now, it's not just what Ryan Poles thinks a good offensive lineman is, because we've seen what that is over the years. But now you have Ben Johnson, right? And when you're comparing this dude to Penei Sewell, who Ben Johnson coached, I think that he's going to look at this from a slightly different angle than Poles would, and this guy is an extra half-inch longer.
That's a really good point, man. We are talking about the gentleman who basically just finished working with the prospect that we're comping here. So if you cheat on your wife, look for big girls with long arms. It might pay off in the long run. Okay, all right. Look, I'm just saying it might be a good look. Not just it might be. I think Jonas Savaiinea is a very good look at the 39 or 40 pick. A, he's likely going to be available. B, given Ben's history with a prospect that looks very similar in measurability to this guy, I think it might work out for him at the tackle position. But again, worst come to worst, he slides in to be the new Joe Thuney in a year or two if Joe decides to hang up the cleats. I think he works perfectly for this offense.
Go ahead. Anybody else? Any thoughts, questions?
No.
Okay, because I can go on for a long time talking about this guy. How much film I watched on him, and you just get to a point when once you've seen enough, you just saw enough, and you just know it's like he's going to be a dominant offensive lineman. He's going to be an ultra dominant offense. Like I could see that in Penei Sewell before he came out. I'm seeing the same traits in this football player before he's coming out. You know, it's just you have to have conviction and just if you're looking for a guard, you can get a guard. That's like the low, that's like the floor for him. Ceiling is tackle. Can you turn him into a tackle? And another question I'm going to ask you guys when we get through with this list is I heard Darnell Wright, and he wasn't committal about whether or not, and everybody got on my case when I said there's a possibility that they can possibly be thinking about moving him to left tackle.
Don't.
And listen, dude. I've seen Darnell Wright play that at a high level against the top competition in school. You know, and yes, he's pretty decent on the right side here in Chicago, but there, as much as we don't want to see something like that because we're limited to history and we've seen things like that happen and it not be successful, and we're just stuck there. I'm telling you, Darnell Wright can play left tackle. I've seen enough of his film too.
So here's I have a major problem with that. They drafted a guy for a position. He plays the position well, and you're gonna go and move him.
It's kids.
It just doesn't work out. It traditionally hasn't worked out. You're right. It is a traditional aspect to this, but it's like your boss hired you to do sales, and now he's gonna put you in the product management suite, and you don't know what the hell you're doing over there. You don't know how to manage projects. You don't know. You know what I mean? You don't know how to use Jira.
I think it was
like what Jira. Like I'm just saying,
kids. I will challenge you, and please do this. Hopefully, before just go look at condensed game in 2021, Alabama versus Tennessee. Just go look at that. Just go look at that. The very best edge rushers in the country.
I'm not sitting here saying that he's not capable of doing it. What I am saying is I have a feeling he's probably the best right tackle, at least on our team, and will be for quite some time. Specifically, they drafted him for that position.
So what if they moved him to left tackle? Where would he be in terms of the left tackles that we have on our roster now?
Oh, he'd probably be, again, it immediately aims, like the question immediately is looked at by way of draft stock. He's a number one pick. And this is also part of my problem with this. So as the number one pick, you're going to move him over there. He's going to be the starting left tackle. That's just what's going to happen. You know, if he ain't the starting left tackle, I don't know what you're doing. Why the hell did you move him in the first place? You just put a lot of capital into this guy, and you've moved him now.
All I'm saying, kids, is when I heard the interview, he was non-committal, and I looked at his body language when he said it, and there's probably some conversations about that. Because I would say that the draft is a little bit more right tackle heavy as far as the talent level goes. And
that's my problem with this as an idea. So now you're going to force, as we've always said, a square peg into a round hole. You know what I mean? That's what you're going to do, and you're going to go draft another guy to replace the square peg. That's crazy talk. You don't want to do that at all. Leave the peg in the hole that he fits in, and go draft a guy that fits into the other hole. And preferably you do that if you know what I mean. Like you don't have to draft him at 10. That just screws everything up. Draft the guy a little bit later. Get the guy you need and make sure he fits. Like get Jonah Sabai in there.
So basically, what you're saying in short is you have. I think you're saying a two-part answer. Basically, you're saying you like you like Darnell at right tackle. You also saying that you don't have as much confidence in him playing the left side. And I'm not saying no. I'm just giving you my take on me watching Darnell Wright film, and I'm telling you, I think he's competent.
No, I'm not going to sit here and say that at all. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm sure he's great at left tackle. I'm just saying that they drafted him to play on the right. They have all the capital and ability to draft a left tackle in this draft. If they double down and draft a right tackle at 10 because they can, they're dumb. Just wait. You've got 39 and 41. Wait a little bit. Get a guy who actually fits the left tackle maneuver and make that maneuver.
Okay. Well, before we get further into this conversation, let me bring the next player up that the Nomad Network also covered very heavily, and that is Josh Connerly.
There's a left tackle for it, right? There's another one.
Connerly, and again, man, this is one of those guys that athletically I think it's hard to find a tackle in this draft as athletic and can mirror and stay in front of whether it's a power rusher or whether it's a speed rusher. The body types I've seen this guy defend the quarterback too. I mean, they were 6'1", freaking 215 pounds to he dealt with the big bodies too. He's equally as good as a tackle with the speed rusher or a power rusher. This guy is unique, in my opinion, man. I'm not saying that Will Campbell isn't, but I'm telling you, I've got high confidence in this football player right here. This guy can play. This guy can play, and he's going to play at a high level, I believe. He's going to get baptized at times, just like every tackle will in the NFL. He's going to get done up, and he's going to be like, hey, I thought he was all that good. No, he's going to have to learn the tricks of the trade of the next level. But I have got nothing but confidence in this football player. And I said it early, and I'm saying it now. I think this guy is a starting left tackle anywhere, anytime.
I'm surprised. I'm just going back to look at the list here. I'm surprised Ariante Ursary is not on this list.
Well,
that's like the one surprise to me. It just really means that they're probably expecting him to go a little bit earlier. I think that Josh Connolly Jr. specifically and Jonah Savainea that we were just looking at, I think these are two key looks in this draft for the Chicago Bears. I kind of expect one of these two guys to wind up on our team. The other guy that I would throw into that mix again would be Ariante Ursary. This kid's fantastic at what he does. Doesn't have any anchor issues, or at least he's got the lower half to make you think he won't have any anchor issues in the NFL. Size, length, etc. The one place where I lean towards Jonah is just lateral quickness. Like, Jonah is very quick with his left to right movement, and I like that about him, and that's why I say he'd do fantastic at the guard position. But leveraging that as a tackle will go a long way too. But those three kids, to me, 39, 41, you've got three potential selections at the left tackle position that could also double as guard.
There's got to be kids. There's got to be probably freaking 4 to 5 shorts that I put out on Josh Connolly.
Yeah,
I'm just, when I see things on tape, I don't get paid like by somebody in the NFL, some team, but I believe my eyes, and I know what to look for.
That's right, Cocaine Bear. He just reminded me that here, I'll put it up. This guy was a running back in high school, so he's super athletic. I totally forgot about this, but these are true facts. He was, which makes me again think he's probably got great lateral movement as well. I didn't see it; didn't jump out on the tape to me, whereas it definitely did with Jonah.
That definitely jumped out for me.
It did?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
That's one of the first things I noticed about him. I was just like, shit. This dude is so fluid around the hips and lower body that he can mirror anything, any pass rusher with any kind of skill set or trait that's going to be difficult for your average offensive lineman or offensive tackle to deal with. This dude had an answer for everything. A real one.
Scrolls, you're killing me, bro. Let's just be real. If you saw any of the film on Nate Davis before he got to Chicago, it was dope.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? No, man, you know what I'm saying? Like the Nate Davis Tennessee Titans film or whatever, wherever he was at, holy smokes, my guy was flying all over the place. I was like, yo, you found yourself a little diamond in the rough and you're paying for him. Bring him in here. He got here with his uniform off. His uniform never really got back on at any point during the last couple.
When we got a graphic up, I really, just for the sake of trying to do some shorts. Yeah, I know this chat's gonna get us all off track, man. But don't this Josh Connolly. Any more thoughts on Josh Connolly?
Nope.
Any
He is
theory?
a fantastic prospect that, again, I believe the Bears should be looking directly and squarely at with that 39-41 pick. He's that kind of guy.
Yeah, big dude, fluid, has a real chance of being there when you need him early in the second. So it's not just about who these players are, but whether or not they'll be available when you get there for him. I think he has a good chance of being there.
All right, let's get to the next player, man. This is another one that I've been screaming and yelling and telling people about. Omar Norman Lott, 6'3", 315 pounds, out of Tennessee. I've seen all the major, let's just say the major, most talked about three techs in this draft. Seen them all ad nauseum. Every last one of them, from the kid at Mississippi, the kid at the other guy that I'm really high on is TJ Sanders out of South Carolina, but the most disruptive. If you notice and you look at that list again, go back and look at the show, you notice there's one three tech. I mean, there's one defensive tackle on that list so far. And this is the one. Because you know what Dennis Allen is looking at? He's looking at guys that can really get off the ball and really attack an offensive lineman and really get after and make havoc, create havoc. What does it say on the right side of that screen? He creates havoc. This guy really gets off the ball, and even when he's wrong, he's right. I mean, he gets off the ball. Sometimes the technique is flawed. Sometimes he really doesn't have a serious plan, but he is getting in that backfield more than any other defensive tackle that I've watched in this draft class. He is constantly in the backfield, and that's what he's looking for. Dennis Allen's looking for guys that you ain't got to be, so chiseled when it comes to your technique and so refined when it comes to that. All I need you to do is be a factor and get that line of scrimmage move back and get that quarterback thinking about your space. This guy is going to come off the ball. He's going to get in the backfield. Omar Norman Lott, I will say this now, and I'll say it again. And it's interesting that he's the only defensive tackle on that list. And I've been saying it for weeks and months. This is the most disruptive of the bunch. I seen him at the Senior Bowl, and it remained the same when I watched him there. He just was constantly disruptive. This is a stud defensive tackle right here. Any thoughts?
Does he need to put on some weight?
I don't think so, man. I don't. No, not whatsoever. Shout out to Naj. This is sending us the $5 super chat. Love you, bro. Love you to life, not to death, to life. Thank you, Naj. No, he's So, I had this question before. Ethereal. It was more about, people probably, I don't know, depending on what they saw on film, whether it was a highlight, or I don't know what they saw, but people are starting to look at him like, okay, is he a nose tackle at 315? No, he's definitely a three technique. He's definitely a three technique that can play some nose tackle, in my opinion. So to me, he's got the perfect weight to him, in my opinion, to be able to slide back and forth from nose tackle to three technique, in my opinion.
Wait, so you've got him at 315.
Yeah, you're gonna find different.
Okay, yeah. I see him as low as 290.
Yeah, it's like I seen him. Like, you got to remember, I did this. I probably did this graphic when he was. This is towards the end of the season. We're talking about right before the playoffs, the NCAA playoffs. So I did that graphic then. I don't know what he ended up being when he came to the Senior Bowl or the Combine or anything like that that he participated in. I don't know what his weight was, but I know it's the idea to perform at any one of those events is to be light and fast so that you can put up good times. So I think he plays somewhere around 310, 315, in my opinion.
Kid's a beast, versatile, quick first step. I like him a lot, pun intended. You know what I mean? Like, if it's interesting that he's the one DT in that 30 visit list, because you would think that some of the names that we've started to fall in love with over the last little while, like Kenneth Grant, Tyleik Williams, you'd think some of those guys would be on that list potentially in one way, shape, or form. They're not. The real upside here, The real idea here, the thinking here, in my opinion, is that they probably feel they can get Norman Lott with pick 72. That would be my guess. Again, you get yourself potentially an edge rusher at 39. Get yourself a guy like Ariante Ursary, Josh Connerly, Jonas Savaiane at 41, and you have yourself some tackle prowess here, some 3-tech prowess just a little bit after that. Mind you, it also speaks to me in a different light, which means that perhaps the tackle position is not something they're really aiming at. It may be a secondary look for them, given the fact that they have themselves a Grady Jarrett, Jervon Dexter potentially in front of that particular position. Because again, I would also have expected that Mason Graham might be on that list. He's not. None of those top three tackles are.
Any thoughts on Omar Norman Lott trips or Ethereal? Any more? I don't know. You guys might have observed some things that might need to be said. Go ahead. None?
No,
Okay.
none coming from me.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, I really think that out of all I think a close second to the disruption that Omar Norman Lott produced, I think I would say TJ Sanders was probably outside of Mason Graham, and Mason Graham is the guy everybody wants to talk about, but people get so wrapped up into those conversations and thinking it's like people get so narrow-minded when it comes to these guys, and they should know about these football players. And over here at the Nomad Network, we just got dialed in, man. We put the microscope to it, and this is one of the guys that I hammered on and on and on about. And here he is coming for a 30 visit in Chicago, the only defensive tackle to do so far. And so just taking, hey, this guy can play. I'm just telling you. Let's get to the next football player. Another guy, kids. We talked about this guy ad nauseum. We knew about this. We talked about this a week or so. Ethereal, you have any thoughts on Nick Martin, linebacker out of Oklahoma State, 6 foot, 220 pounds, man. He's got a dominating presence on the field.
Not particularly. I think we are due to draft a linebacker. The two guys we have now are mercenaries. This guy plays well at 6 feet. Are you thinking about maybe moving him into safety? He's a little light in the linebacker spot. The nickel position, I think, is a little tied up. So where does he fit with what we need? It seems more he'd be a better safety than a linebacker to me.
I looked at the weight when I first, that was probably my first hiccup with him, Ethereum. But then the more and more tape you watch and the more and more you just observe and just watch the consistency. And that's probably the paramount thing that I look for. Everybody has traits. I can find traits with somebody at South Carolina State, somebody at Hampton, guys that have traits really long or, all those things that everybody gets excited about. But when you see consistency against upper level competition this guy, you will know he's there all times during the game. He is an omnipresent figure on that field, and he just dominates. He kind of reminds you, is that somebody's dog or something?
Yeah, that's my little dog waiting to get in. I could let her in if y'all want, but I'd rather just keep her outside.
No. I thought it was something. I had my window open for a second. I was just like, damn it, dog get in my yard. It's all good. It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. I just wanted to know if it was something in my house or shit. I didn't know what I was listening to, but Nick Martin he's one of the more dominating linebackers in this class, hands down. I mean, the field general that I think we've been missing, to be honest with you, left with Roquan Smith, that guy that has that omnipresent, he's that omnipresent figure on the field that
Don't say that now.
It's the truth, man. I mean, Roquan, you knew where Roquan was at all times because he let you know where he was.
You
This
want
is
to
the
know?
same kind of guy.
I hear what you're saying, but I can't. I would never say it because a certain somebody came over here and proved to me very simply that Roquan, ain't the only one who can do that kind of that sideline to sideline stuff. And that guy's name is TJ Edwards. God bless his name. You know what I mean? I'm so happy that he showed up here and showed us that Roquan is the only person who can do this. This little quote here is hilarious, and I have to say it because the scrolls says, "Yeah, I'm 6 feet 220, and I work for an airline," and that's super funny for real. But I can see this guy sort of being.
Scrolls probably 220 pounds worth of ham sandwich.
I'm just saying. I think this kid could again sort of be the second coming of TJ Sanders. Or sorry, TJ Edwards Sanders. I think he could be the second coming of TJ there, and really put that sideline to sideline effort, and make it felt. I believe he led the Big 12 in tackles. This kid's pretty good. I like what he's done so far, and the facts are we could probably get him relatively late in the draft, depending on what other teams are sort of looking for.
All right. Any other thoughts? Trip, you awfully quiet, man. We did Nick Martin a couple times on the show, man. You ain't got no thoughts?
Yeah, I don't give a shit until we actually draft him because I'm not getting, oh man, I like this insert player name, and it's like yay, and then somebody else drafts them, and it's like, oh,
hate that guy.
And so after we draft them, then I'll check out their tape, and then I'll get hyped for them. But until now, whatever.
Hey, all I know is again, this is one of those players that. Of course, you get concerned when you see 6 foot, 220 pounds. You're like, okay, he ain't got really a whole lot to bring to the table, but you get to looking at more and more film, and you just get to looking for those consistencies. Like this dude, I'm telling you, you just got to watch the film, man. I'm telling you right now, Nick Martin. There's no surprise to me why Dennis Allen put a finger on this guy when he looked at the tape and said, "Get this guy in for a 30 visit. I want to talk to him." There's no surprise to me because I've seen enough of this shit, man. And I'm telling you, this motherfucker can play. Just putting it out there. So we can move on to the next guy if you guys want.
Do it.
Again, this guy, how about this, kids? You probably know about as much about Rashard Smith as I do. You want to start this one?
This kid's a little bit of a freak, and he's sort of my, y'all heard me already. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm leaning towards in this particular draft. But this kid is your lightning in a bottle. And again, you can get him a little bit later in the draft. So if the folks who, hate the idea of getting an Ashton Genty or an Omarion Hampton relatively early in this draft, which is what I kind of think is going to happen, but hey, they might also be gone. If we wind up selecting anything else and missing out on Omarion Hampton because we just miss him too, I have no problems with them selecting this guy either. Rashard Smith is super fast, a little bit of an athletic freak. I'm with it across the board. You're making a comp here to Jahmyr Gibbs. I can see the comp a 1,000,000%. Definitely a pass catching back there too. Great lateral movement, nice jump cut, but again, blazing long speed that you don't see in every single running back out there. So, worst come to worst, if you can't get Quinshawn, Travion, Ashton Genty, or Omarion, this guy should be on your list. So I'm really glad they're bringing him in to work him out and get a look.
Any thoughts, guys? Because I'll take you here. And so I heard you mention Omarion Hampton and another what was it, Quinshawn Junkins. What I'm thinking, if you looked at that list,
you could do both.
He's the only back on that list. And I think what they might be thinking inside Hallis Hall is trying to prepare for the day that DeAndre Swift is not a Bear. And they need that lightning. They need that thunderbolt of lightning to be able to, the big play guy. You need that Jahmyr Gibbs type of football player. And they're trying to prepare for a late round revisit to the running back class. I think they're going to draft a running back early. When I say early, I mean somewhere in the second, probably third round, second or third round, no later than 4. They'll get a running back. And so I think they're setting up, man. You guys can, hopefully we will find out soon whether I'm right or wrong, but I got a strong indication that if the Bears get another asset or 2 in this class, they may draft 2 running backs.
If they do, he kind of needs to be the second back. I'm being realistic here.
He's not a 25 to 30 carry a game running back. He's going to be the complement to the main deal.
I don't think that even works in the NFL anymore, unless you're Saquon Barkley, I suppose. But even then, you kind of need to have some level of timeshare. You need to be able to give your lead back the ability to take a break. You also need to be able to change up and provide north-south capabilities. I don't really envision Brashard Smith being a north-south back. I haven't seen him do it very frequently. But again, here's what Scrolls is saying, and I'm so with it. Scrolls is saying if we end up missing out on Genty and end up with Judkins, I'll take Brashard later. And right now you got a little bit of thunder and lightning, and away you go.
So here's what I think. I'm just trying to get people to maybe think outside the box when it comes to these guys, and maybe think, how is, the fact that he makes it to a 30 visit. Think about that in itself. They thought highly enough of him. They selected him over a multitude of backs, and there's a lot of running backs in this draft, to make sure we secure this 30 visit with this running back. What are they thinking? Ethereal, to me, they are thinking about how to weaponize this offense and what they can do in different multiplicities of the offensive scheme. What can we do with them here? What can we do with them there? I'm thinking about what I saw Jahmyr did, what he did in Detroit versus what I think this guy can bring to the table here. I think, football is a dumbass game. It's a dumbass game. You just got to be, if you overthink it, you'll get kind of lost in the sauce. They are seeing actually Jahmyr Gibbs and this football player and the dynamic that Jahmyr Gibbs gave to that Detroit offense. That's all they're seeing. If he ends up being a guy that can get you, like when David Montgomery went down, Jahmyr Gibbs had a couple of 28 carry games. You know what I mean? They didn't know if he could do that, but they want to know, is this the kind of running back that could, if our main guy goes down, can he complement this guy well? He's definitely a compliment, but I think they're thinking inside of Hallis Hall and how dynamic we can use this guy in this offense that we're creating over here. And I think that's the only thing, in my opinion, people should concentrate on, is how they would use him. They would use him as a receiver. They would use him as a running back. They would use him in multiple different ways to weaponize that entire offense so that every single guy outside of the offensive lineman is a weaponized figure. And so we don't have that there.
He runs a high 4.3 40, so he's extremely fast.
Super fast.
He can catch very well. So he's going to allow you to do some things and open up. And again, like we all know Swift. You guys are waiting for Swift to be gone. And what we really want to do is have draft picks, especially cheap draft picks, that we can get great production from and draft later on until you get to the point where you need one of those big guys. So if we're not going for a guy like Genty, then somebody like this is the absolute next best thing you can get, because it's going to be a later round draft pick, and he's going to be able to come and do 75, 80, 90% of the stuff that Swift can do. Oh, and by the way, if he can do what Swift can do, then you can get rid of Swift's contract at the end of the year and let this guy run the ball and go spend that money somewhere else.
You nailed it, Ethereal, because that's the business, right? Like that's the business of football right there. DeAndre Swift's contract, they save a fair amount of cash next season. Like, they can't really get rid of him this season. They're gonna give him all the opportunity to not only to survive, but to thrive. But if it looks anything like it looked last season, they may be cutting bait on DeAndre Swift next year, and they'll save a whole bunch of money in doing so. But they definitely need to test the waters with a running back like Brashad or any of the other names that we talked about here today, right? Bring somebody else in to, again, lighten the load, and they save a bunch of money in that respect.
This guy is like, I remember when I first started watching this tape. I remember, I don't know, kids, if you remember, we did I think it was a Nomad at Night, and somebody just like in the chat, and I highlighted that chat, and somebody was just like, Nomad, you need to find us the next Jahmyr Gibbs. So Jahmyr Gibbs was like a hot topic at the time. Of course he was. They got a hot team. And just like, we need to find the next Jahmyr Gibbs. And this is all in concert of people feeling like, the people that were out there feeling like we need to get Ben Johnson because they like what Ben Johnson can bring to the table. And I told that person, I don't know if you remember, kids, I was just like, I'm looking at a guy. I'll let you know in about a week, whether or not, and this is what came of it. When I saw him on film, the explosion, I mean, it's just because you got to know his history. He was a receiver at Miami. He was a slot receiver. They pretty much did a lot of things with him when he was at Miami. He transferred out of there and took a step down so that they could feature him because he was so good at Miami. And there's a lot of really good players at Miami. He needed to. This was a really smart move by Brashard, is going to a school where they would feature his skill set. And that turned out to be the best thing that he ever did. I know his agent is just like, hell, I don't know. I mean, that was a perfect move for him. And now, he's being considered as one of the most explosive running backs in this draft. And I would 100%. I mean, I said enough about Brashard Smith. I mean, it's just, I'm just gratified that the Bears are bringing him in for a 30 visit, and it proved me. I feel like I was right about, my thoughts on him, man. Yeah, that's it.
Right, but you still need a muscle back, and if Roshan keeps getting hurt, then I mean we do need to beef up our running back room. And the question is, do you beef it up and replace? Do you back up Roshan? Do you back up Swift? What about the dude from Howard that got hurt? That should be coming back.
You must be talking. Oh man,
number 33,
Ian Wheeler.
Yeah, Ian Wheeler, who had a little size on him, but this is one of those dudes. He's maybe not as fast as Tyreek Hill, but somebody who's just quick out of the, can do a lot of stuff. Whenever you have a gadget guy like this, the sky's the limit as long as you have the right offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I do. I agree with that, man. I've been saying that all offseason too. Kids knows, this is why I think we need two backs. We need a heavy duty and carry that thing for 25, 30, 35 times a game when it's cold, when it's, it's hard, the game is long, and you just need somebody to pound the air out of that thing just to take the wheel out of the defense. You're going to need that guy to complement Brashard Smith. And so, I'm looking at this big picture, you know what I mean? This is why I think, there's a good plan for the Chicago Bears would be to get two types of running backs, not just a running back like this, but get a heavy duty pounder. That's why I'm hammering on about another running back that we ain't going to talk about right now. But right now, we're going to talk about this player right here, another player. And I got a short out there right now that I might have put it out in the last 24 hours of kids, and Swifty was on the show. I was really landing on thick for Anthony Belton. And we were talking about him in contrast to Armand Mimbo. And, people feel real strong about Armand Mimbo. Another guy that I kept on hammering on about when nobody was talking about him. And, he's one of those guys that apparently people are thinking a whole lot more about him than when I first talked about him. But again, I'll say this one more time, guys. When I look at the tape of Anthony Belton out of NC State, 6'6", 336 pounds, and I compare it to Armand Mimbo, similar size out of Missouri, I came away with feeling like Anthony Belton was the better football player. He's the better and more consistent football player after looking at the tape that I've seen. And here's another tackle, pure tackle, that, you could probably, I'm sure you can get some guard play out of him, but this guy is a dominant football player. When I say dominant, I did see, since that conversation with you and Swifty kids, I went back and seen some of that Senior Bowl stuff, and he was stoning the dog shit out of those guys. He was really dominating down there. And I hadn't seen all of that. All I'd seen was the game tape. And I seen what I needed to see on that film versus, what Swifty was talking about in the Senior Bowl. And this guy, I think he's up in that top 3 to 5 just all around offensive lineman in this class. Just saying. What do you guys think about Anthony Belton, if you have any?
He's got length, strength, good lower end, and like there's scrolls putting it down. Belton has a big rump, no Don Burr. That's a new one. I hope that's not copyrighted. I'm gonna have to use that later on. But that's he's a big boy. I think what we're learning from the list now is that they're not potentially looking, or at least they're signaling like they're not looking at offensive tackle at 10. Sounds like they're looking at offensive tackle at, again, 39, 41, and now 72, because where I've seen Belton line up is a little bit further back in these drafts. So if that's the case, I think we do and should be looking at a left tackle. I think this kid is actually very good at both the run and the pass protection. Like, he can do both. And at 6'6", there's no arm length issues here. Could you possibly kick him in? I think you could kick him into guard as well if you need to, because he's very good laterally. So I'm interested in Belton. I'm not going to really list him as the top. I'd say top 4 to 6 tackles in this draft, somewhere around there. But the kid's good, and I think he's a very good look for what the Bears require.
At what position?
OT, bruh.
On the right side?
No.
Okay, because I'm looking at this.
I put him on the left.
Teams will be wise to consider him for right tackle initial. Yeah, that, with the flexibility to kick inside to guard. So, but you're saying he can maybe not start, but compete and eventually play left tackle.
If we're talking, and this is the difference, right? If we're talking about, I'm going to draft a tackle at 10, I'm going to draft a tackle at 39, I'm going to draft a tackle at 41, you're starting those guys. If you're going to draft a tackle at 72, potentially you can develop them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And that's kind of the way that I look at this situation. Those first 3 picks, you want a starter. You want that guy to be in his position, know what the F he's doing, and you're off to the races, bro. You just need to learn the scheme now. A guy like this, you may want to develop a little bit.
This guy, I saw dominant football player. When I watch Anthony Belton on film, what I see, and that's the overall take. If you want to know I can get into numbers and all that kind of stuff that I can really wipe my behind with, that I don't give a shit about. When I get to watch and take consistently and feeling good about a player, Anthony Belton is one of those guys, man. Like Scroll just made a joke about his bottom half, and that's one of the features about him, man. How well he sits down and anchors on those powerful guys or those speed rushers just coming off the wide 9 and all those different techniques that the defensive linemen play. This guy flashed dominance all over the place, man. And I'm telling you, this is probably one of the sleepers of the offensive line class, that, when people get done talking about, Will Campbell, who else? Josh Connerly and Armand Mimbo. It's like those 3 guys are the ones people want to talk about. And I'm just showing love to this guy who I thought flashed real consistent dominance the entirety of the film that I watched, and he is just a shutdown tackle, man. I don't give a shit what nobody says. I think he's one of the top 2-3 in this class right now.
Well, that's I'm interested to see. I mean, well, first of all, nothing to do with nothing. Anthony Belton's nickname is Escalade. I thought that was pretty cool. But there's a comment here, Blanco Esperite, White Ghost, that says we have 2 LTs right now, so a pick for a LT would be a waste instead of a backup RT. This is a business. And being that this is a business, I don't know how much stock I get in Braxton Jones. Not because of his deficiencies that we've seen over his career, but because of where he is physically. It's like, I understand that they're saying, well, he should be back by camp. Yeah, should be. And, you know, we saw the video of him that he just got out of the walking boot. He still has a limp. So guess what? If he's just got out of a walking boot and has a limp, what hasn't he done? Squats. What is his issue? A weak bottom half. So we can't just pencil him in as, well, yeah, we got him. We got Amagaji. They'll be fine. Left tackle's taken care of. I'm not trusting it like that. And I would prefer a Belton or Connerly or maybe even a Simmons later to come in to maybe solidify that left tackle position a little bit more with a little more depth. Because we have there now, there are no quote unquote answers. There's just, well, is this guy healthy? And if he is healthy, is he better playing, you know, the pass rush? And if this guy, Amagaji, is healthy, can he play left tackle? We don't know yet. So I don't think left tackle is as solidified as, you know, White Ghost.
Yeah, so to Tripp's point, man, I did a video on Kieran, and it was the Washington game that I thought people should take a look at. You know, he was just thrust into a situation, not having a camp, and I guess, I gotta always think about people who don't know everything they should know about what it is for a football player. And like you don't go through a camp. You're hurt and you can't go through a camp. You just missed pretty much everything that you needed to get ready for a season. And him not having a camp, talking about Kieran Amagaji, that played a huge factor into, whatever he looked like on the field. You know what I mean? I think some of the traits I see in Kieran Amagaji are there. But I do think,
what are you saying?
Wait, let me finish, because I'm gonna finish this by saying I think they're planning for the day that Braxton Jones, they can't pay him the money they want to pay him. He's gonna get moved somewhere else. I think they're thinking ahead of Braxton Jones hitting that 4th year and they having to extend him and them not be willing to extend it. They're gonna draft to replace him. I think that's what this is.
Well, it's not like Braxton Jones is gonna demand, Armstead money.
Well, he's gonna. Braxton Jones is better than people think. I'm still setting up a video for that to show you guys. Braxton is good. He just can't anchor, man.
He gets dominated by the bull rush consistently. Guy made a comment earlier in here. I mean, just look at Braxton Jones' bottom half and look at Belton's bottom half. What ass you want protecting you? Like which one you want in front of you? Keeping the guys up. He has respectable feet. Braxton Jones is a guy who, if you really had to compete, you wouldn't pick him, but he's not extremely terrible. But the question I always have is, you think we're going to win the Super Bowl with Braxton Jones? If not, let's get somebody in there that we could possibly win the Super Bowl with.
One of these days, I'll do the breakdown and show you when it came down to the money plays, and the money plays are third and whatever distance it is. If it's a passing down and it's a known passing down, there's nothing, you ain't running the ball on this down. There was a 3rd and 16, and I'm going to show you guys on video that it was a pure Braxton Jones jumped the play before that got him in the 3rd and 16 because he knew the bull rush was coming. And so he's getting nervous because he knows the bull rush is coming. This is my weakness. Everybody knows that about Braxton Jones. Outside of the bull rush and being able to sit down and having the sandbags in his pocket to be able to sit down and take care of himself one-on-one against anybody. He knows that's his deficiency, and he knows he can't handle it, and he gets nervous about it, which leads to some of the offsides and jumping around. I mean, it is like Braxton Jones is so good in every other area. It's hard for me to give that take about him because he's that good in all those other. That guy is way overplayed, where he was projected as a draft pick. This guy is amazing in all other areas. But when it comes to sitting down on a bull rush, that man stands no chance because he doesn't have the sand in his back pocket.
Yeah, it's a very interesting situation that we're talking about right now. It's actually like the most ambiguous portion of this team is what are they going to do at left tackle? My guy's still in a walking boot. Or sorry, he just got out. He's limping. We don't know if he's going to be ready. We know what his weakness is, considering what the issue is that he's just gone through. He's not likely to have been able to work on fixing that issue. So that issue will remain. And then you've got the ambiguity around Karan. Karan got beat up last year and got virtually no training. Here's a couple of snaps, Karan. Oh, snap. It's against the most blitz-heavy defense in the NFL, right? Like, just destroyed my guy's confidence. Doesn't mean he's not a beast. I believe he's a third-round pick, right? Like, he might really be a sleeping giant that we just haven't seen any proof of yet. Do you go and overdraft a left tackle with a sleeping giant waiting for you at camp and then go, damn, we probably could have picked somebody else, right? I don't know what you do here, but if it was me, I would be looking at a tackle in the second round. I want to put a first round on it.
Kids, it is when I watch this guy, and I want to show you guys, I'll do this live on the show with you two guys and whoever else is on the show, just to show you how really good he is in all other areas. The run game.
Karan?
Talking about Braxton. Braxton is really fucking good.
Bro, Braxton has well outplayed his draft stock. There's no two ways about that. I'm not sure if the Bears are going to pay him $20+ million to stick around. But I think somebody might pay Braxton Jones $20+ million to go to their team.
Yeah, even if that was the right now, obviously not now, but right now, if it was like, are you going to pay Braxton Jones $20 million a year? Fuck no.
Well, I don't think that was ever in the cards. And this is really what I'm trying to say. I don't think it was ever in the cards. He's a 5th-round pick as a tackle. So you're trying to plug holes and see what sticks to the wall with a 5th-round pick starting at left tackle. That's crazy talk, really. Oh, snap, he's pretty good. Oh, snap, he's great on at the run. He has one particular issue. Like, he's done very well in that position. And like I say, there are teams out there in the NFL that are straight up looking for a left tackle, and it might be beneficial for them.
Kids, this is the last take on this before I move to the next guy, but I can just show you so many things. Right now, I'm in a conundrum because I want to show you, naturally anybody wants to show you the bad stuff and say, okay, this is the reason why we need a left tackle.
Yeah.
And it's gonna look like I'm bashing Braxton Jones. And that's the last thing I want to do. I don't want to look like I'm just, that's just a typical MFer in the world. It's easy to find something wrong with somebody, right? I want to be able to highlight properly the good stuff along with that. You know what I mean? To give him his just due, because it's not fair to just, beat people with a stick when you can. That's what podcasters can do. With the All-22 film, you can weaponize that and turn that into something that's not healthy. And I don't want to do that against Braxton Jones because I think he's that good. I think if you can, you hold on to Braxton Jones, and at the very least, you keep him as a swing. Now, they will draft another tackle here.
Well, hold on a second now.
I'm going to challenge him for that role.
But hold on to him until when?
Until it comes down to it, and you see the market value of Braxton Jones. If the market, Tripp says, ain't no way we paying Braxton Jones $20 million, but there's going to be a team out there that says, Braxton Jones, I'm seeing the shit that Nomad saw on film. This motherfucker can play. He just sucks as protecting the bull rush, and they'll design a scheme to try to protect from that. But that's how good he is in all other areas.
It's just the only reason I stopped you to ask questions there is it's just timing. I think they got to pay Braxton Jones, basically this offseason coming. I think that's the timing, and if that's the timing, they don't have a lot of time to make a decision like that. So it might even be something like this. I hate to say crazy stuff. They might be looking at a draft trade, maybe.
Yeah.
Just throw that out there, right? Like because that bag is coming down the tube sooner or later for Braxton. Somebody else might want to kick the tires with him while he's sort of rehabbing and getting back to normal. In that case, Bears get a little bit of capital and they draft their left tackle now.
If you're if you're a team, how much are you giving up in draft capital for Braxton Jones, who you may have to pay, and coming off an injury he can't work out yet?
So check it out now. Now we're talking real cool stuff. 4th rounder.
Yep.
Like I get the
better than a 5th rounder, and the Bears are out of a 4th rounder right now.
Go ahead, Ethereum. You have something?
4th round is as high as I would go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he does have a weakness that's clear that everyone knows about. He does 80% of the stuff that he needs to do well, and I agree. However, that 20%, it's 3rd down and 9 or 12. You know they're going to pass. They're going to – if you get a really, really good D end and anything needs to go over there, they're just going to lock that side of the field up. And in order to be elite in this league, you need to be able to go either way. You're not going to be able to go this way.
Yeah.
Mr. Charles just lit up something there, though, man. He's saying if Ben Johnson is going to utilize – let me put it up.
I saw it. Minister Charles is saying if Ben Johnson is going to utilize a run-heavy offense, Braxton Jones would fit perfectly fine.
Facts.
Right? Here's a problem with that, Minister Charles. That's perfectly said and perfectly on point. Here's when you get to watching all the all-22 and describing what Ethereal just got through saying. It's like 80% of the game and everything else is A1. I mean, like it's sometimes it's flawless the way Braxton Jones executes in all other areas. But when it comes down to that 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 11, when you know it's going to be a pass rush and it's going to come to you speed to power. What can you – I watched this guy one too many times just get walked clean back. And it was from when Justin was here, and I seen the same thing with Caleb Williams. There is no reason why the Bears are hot after a tackle if they think Braxton Jones is all that.
Yep.
Right or wrong, this is just what it is. You're right, Minister Charles. In a run-heavy offense, Braxton Jones is going to be a fucking nice-ass golden token. But when it comes to the other part of the game, that's when he comes up short. He's lacking, bro. He is. And I hate to say it because he's that good.
Well, like I say, if you can get a 4th rounder, at best 3rd rounder for Braxton Jones, you jump, you grab that, and you don't look back, to be frank. Like I'm saying, he's definitely, in my opinion, outplayed a 5th rounder's draft stock. He has snaps at the position, and a lot of them are fantastic looks. So, just to put all that out there, I could potentially smell a draft day trade coming down the tubes. It would actually be a smart one.
All right, let's get to the next guy because let me rearrange the screen a little bit. Let's get to the next guy. Another Nomad Network special, and that is Dylan Fairchild. How did we get to Dylan Fairchild? Number one is because we had to get to the offseason really off. I think I did this one in January. Every last one of these player cards that you see, except for one, and I'll let you know which one that is. We did these things months ago. Dylan Fairchild out of Georgia, 6'5", 315-pound junior, excels at pass pro. I'm going to say that again. He excels at pass protection. Great lateral agility and quickness, precise with his hands. This guy is a center true and through. But I think what they're seeing in a guy like this is a guy that can give you that swing. That guy that can – every center is going to be asked to play guard at some point. Every guard, most of the time – I ain't going to say every guard, but a lot of guards are getting asked to play center these days. And this guy with that size, at 6'5", 315 pounds, This is exactly what we're looking for, right? This is exactly what you're looking for. The body type, the size, and the ability to be able to have his pass protection be his feature. I think Dylan Fairchild is one of those guys that, we talked about so many football players this offseason. This is one of those guys that kind of got lost in the sauce. And I thought he was up there in the upper echelon. And I'm talking about when you play at Georgia, you better be good, right? You better be fucking good. And so I saw nothing but, man, it was just so clean. This tape is just so clean. And they featured the run game in that offense. And you really couldn't find. I just really like this football player. I'm just going to leave it to, I don't know how many people watch Dylan Fairchild on film, but I'll leave it to you guys for comments. Any questions? I'll listen.
I like Dylan Fairchild except for like something super stupid, and it's his last name, which reminds me of Lady Elaine Fairchild from Mr. Rogers, and I always hated her. It's stupid stuff to say. In any event, the kid is versatile. He'll play tackle. He'll also play center. He'll play guard. These are that's a big help on that offensive line, y'all. You know what I mean? He's a versatile guy, and with that agility and quickness that we're talking about here, he would be a good look. And again, considering where I expect him to go, second round, potentially even third round, a good later selection for the Bears that could serve as some very quality depth.
Any other thoughts on Dylan Fairchild? I mean, all I can tell you guys is overall, it's like when you're looking at, like I heard somewhere, people asking about what's the hardest position to really scout out. And I heard safety come up a lot of times. Man, I guess me being a DB, I don't feel like that's very difficult at all, but I'm a DB. They was asking Ryan Poles who's an offensive lineman. You know what I mean? So you see football in a different set of eyes. And so, again, I used to, and I said this all the time, Ethereal kids and trips, I went to my homies and my teammates that I played with. When it came to offensive line play, I reached out to them just not because I wasn't sure about what I was seeing. It was about getting confirmation, to be clear about what to be looking for. And, pretty quickly, they gave me some stuff that I really took to heart, and I took it to the tape, and I started watching and looking for just things that you can observe and measure that doesn't have a number to it. And that guy, I think the pass pro and the way he sits down on the pass rush is very, very impressive. That's the first thing you see on top of this description of him. That's one of the things that really stands out in his consistency. And I think that's one of the things that people get. I think it kind of gets lost in the sauce when talking about some of these guys is, you see guys do something well on highlights a few times. But when you look at multiple games, how well does he do that consistently? And that I've seen time and time again. He excels in the pass pro. I think he excels in run blocking too. It might not be the best thing in the world. He can probably elevate that even more, but that's why you have coaches. And so I think Dylan Fairchild, if you want to look at, a future center guard, this is one of the best prospects in the class. He played at the highest level against the top competition, and he excelled highly. And I would just leave that there for any other comments before we get to the next player.
He also seems highly proficient against stunt moves. One of the biggest weaknesses I saw with the Bears over the last couple of years is like when other teams stunt against us, like whoever comes around that edge on the inside, they just run us down. But he seems to have the brains to know when to, and the physical ability to switch off to prevent kind of getting trucked down or, the quarterback having to bail because of that. So, obviously you need your offensive lineman to be smart. He seems to be that and sizable. So
I'm glad you pointed that out because I get so full talking about these guys because We scouted them out early in the offseason, and they ended up on the Bears top 30. I'm so full ethereal when I'm talking about these guys because I feel like I don't know what a proud dad feels like, but I'm somewhere in that neighborhood when it comes to talking about these football players. But I'm glad you pointed that out because that is a feature of his game, is how well he picked up the stunts and the games, the twists and all those things. He just really slid to his protections very, very well, and it was effortless. He expected them. In the SEC, you're going to see a whole bunch of athletic guys that are twisting, stunting, and running games. And I think Dylan Fairchild is probably one of the most slept on offensive linemen in this class. And him being a center, I think that's probably why. Centers, in this draft, people are telling others that, centers are weak. It's a weak draft class. And I beg to differ. I don't know how many people you've heard talk about Dylan Fairchild, but I'm telling you, this is a really good football player right
here. Like I say, like center, there's guys like Gray Zabel and there's guys like Dylan Fairchild, and then you get a little bit further back. I'm not saying that the class isn't talented. I'm just saying that it's odd for an NFL team to draft a center as high as first round or even second round in many cases. So,
well, who's saying anything about where they might draft it?
I am. That was me saying.
Okay, because I'll look at it right now and see how Aaron Lemming is projecting that guy to get drafted, and I believe it's somewhere in the and I can't see it right now, but never mind that. I think it's somewhere in the between 5 and 7. I think he's projecting that guy to go. And I think that's where a lot of the good guards and centers might go. Some of them will get drafted a little bit early, but most of the really good guards and centers get drafted somewhere around there.
Usually not the center position, which is super strange. Like Gray Zabel will because of his versatility. Dylan Fairchild could as well because of his versatility. Both of these guys can play all three positions. So it's kind of funny to me that he's a little bit overlooked in this class. We'll see. We'll see where he winds up actually getting drafted.
All right, let's get to the next guy, and that is Jalen Lane out of Virginia Tech. This is another guy I probably did maybe about, and what's funny about this is FFG's not on the show tonight, and he covered all of these guys with me. You know what I mean? He's got a list, and he's got information on all these football players that are coming in for 30 visits, and he's just like, damn, he's got to be somewhere like, damn, this is real. Like Jalen Lane, we did him about a month, no longer than about a month and a half ago, maybe that. Explosive football player, a slot receiver, pure slot receiver. That he's going to bring versatility. He's going to give you value in the return game, whether it be kick return, punt return. He's dynamic that way, but explosive. To me, when I look at these receivers that they're looking at, it appears to me that they're doing everything they can to replace Darnell Mooney. I think they've been looking for Darnell Mooney since Darnell Mooney left. And this guy, I'm not saying that he's Darnell Mooney. There's other guys that, on this list too that can comp better for Darnell Mooney, but this guy is slot de jour. I think this class of slot receivers is probably the most slept on position in this draft. I think the slot guys are bomb, and he's just one of them. And this guy doesn't surprise me that they brought him in for a 30, or they're bringing him in for a 30. He's absolutely explosive, man, and he's dynamic and can play. He can give you the slot work, and which is excellent. But I think the extra value he brings to the table is how the return game. He's explosive. This is going to be a dude. Wherever he goes, if the Bears draft him, Jalen Lane is one of those guys,
man. These are, so for the most part, and I'm just looking at this list now. For the most part, I did not scout wide receivers this season. I did not think that we'll be looking at a wide receiver. We might be in the slot. Guys, I did look at Isaiah Bond, who is on the list. Did not look at a Jalen Lane whatsoever. What I'm noticing now with this list is there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wide receivers being invited to our 30 for 30 visits and or local pro days, which is an extreme amount of wide receivers in my opinion. So maybe they really are looking at drafting somebody to fit that bill. Mind you, they just grabbed 2 guys in free agency to fit that particular bill in Olamide Zaccheaus and Devin Duvernay.
1-year contracts. They know that it's a really good chance. One of the things that, and again, I'll probably do an all 22 video to put this out there. One of the things that they did in Detroit was feature the slot position as he's like if you don't get the slot receiver under control and focus on him as like the epitome of the offense beside the running game. I'm talking about when it comes to the receivers, they really put a premium on the slot receiver and making that guy a weapon in the offense. And they know that, we only got these guys, Devin Duvernay and who was it? Olamide Zaccheaus for a year. They know that it's very likely they're going to overplay that contract and they're going to want more money. And they know that they are not going to want to pay them. And so what are they looking to do? They looking to backfill that position and make sure that they get a slot receiver in here that can really do the same things that those 2 guys are going to bring to the table. They're not going to pay those 2 guys unless one of them goes gangbusters for 20 touchdowns and just goes crazy. But they know that they don't want to pay that guy. And so what are they looking to do? Backfill. And this is one of the guys that they're probably looking to backfill that position with.
I wouldn't be horribly upset with any of the possible rookie slot receivers after Coach Antoine Randall gets in that ass. No diddy. Because I think he can have a very influential, positive effect on these guys. I mean, we look at the receiver core that he worked with there with the kiddies, what's new, pussycat? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not your coaches. And so we got him over here now with these young fellas teaching them the Chicago way.
Yeah. This guy, hey man, like I said, high on him when I seen the tape. He got on one of the prospect shows. I think highly of him now. It's just surprising, or not so much, that the Bears included him on one of the 30 visits. Great scouting by that organization, man. I think they're doing a damn good job. But I was going to talk about Ashton Jeanty. We've talked enough about him. We can talk about him if you want to.
Yeah.
Okay, let's bring up Ashton Jeanty.
Yeah.
No surprise to anybody that he was scheduled for a 30 visit here. No surprise to anybody. I'll just let you guys take off. You guys probably know more about him.
Top running back in the draft. I really hope that they figure a way to get him on this roster. A lot of people are in disagreement. That's fine. That's my particular stance. This kid moves. His jump cut is nuts. Something else, right? And he'll do it twice on you and just leave men in the dust. The things that really jumped out to me was, again, people sort of stop and they say he's in a lesser division, if you will. They know fully well what Boise State is about to do to them. Every single person in that conference does. 8 men in the box. We'll throw the safety down there too. Maybe we'll throw all 10 men down there just to see just to stop this guy, because he's a definite monster. Regardless, 26,000 yards later, bunch of touchdowns later, he keeps on trucking. Love this kid, love him as a prospect, and again, I really hope they figure a way to make this luxury pick, and that is what it is. This is the sexy pick. But as stated, I believe that there's depth at every other position, and the facts of them drafting at 39 and 41 make it easy to make the sexy pick up front and still address the trenches with 39 and 41 and backfill with 72. I think it all lines up perfectly, but we'll find out when the draft comes.
Ethereal, you got any thoughts on Jeanty and possibly targeting him early?
I love this dude as a back. I love this dude as a back. I love his game. My question is, in terms of when you look at what the Bears' needs are, when you look at the holes that we need to fill and the value of the picks that we're willing to give up to fill those holes, is this guy worth a top 10 pick, let alone even the conversation about trading up to get him? Suppose he falls to you at 10 against what we need. Also considering the fact that we do have the very high second round picks. If he's there at 10, I'd take him. However, I would not trade up to get him because
I'm with you.
With the 2 second round picks, you have enough firepower to get some people who are going to be able to come in and start and make a difference. Even those guys who slip, who should have been first rounders, you have enough. But I wouldn't. We don't have enough in the chamber to mortgage our future to get them.
You said it, brother. I wouldn't even condone a trade up. Like I'm starting to condone it in my mind right now. So here's what it would have to look like. All right, it would have to look like a third rounder from next year to move up, maybe a spot or two. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's the only way I might be like, okay, like you traded up and you got your guy, cool. But sweet Lord, keep the capital. I'm with you, Ethereal. I don't really want to see them do that at all.
Yeah, we need tight ends, we need linebackers, we need offensive linemen. We don't have enough high-level spots to give up that type of capital for a running back when they're very not quite to his level, but there are very good running backs that we can get a little later.
Yeah, I agree.
Trips, thoughts?
Yeah, I'm definitely not in favor of trading up for anybody.
Anyone.
Because of the holes and the deficiencies we have on this roster, we need more young players that Poles and his scouting staff have determined, along with the coordination of the coaching staff and Ben Johnson, that is these are the guys we want to go with going forward, as opposed to it's like we got to get that one dude and we'll give up the entire draft to get him. It's like, I don't see that as sustainable for continued growth for the team. So if he's there at 10, I get it. He's a good running back, but guess what? There are other good running backs, and we need more positions than just a good running back. So that's where the money that Ryan Poles makes comes into play, because that's on him. And, we can sit back and criticize or congratulate, whichever the case may be, because we're not on that spot. If I'm on that spot, I'm trading my ass back.
So to be crystal clear about what I think about Ashton Jeanty, and I think because people listen to me on these podcasts and listen to us, and they hear my takes on them, and they probably think that I don't think Ashton Jeanty is worth it. I don't know. Let me just put this out in the open. Ashton Jeanty is legit. He's the real deal. And I think his game translates to any level, number one. And I'm more along the lines of where Ethereal is. It's okay, if he's sitting there at 10 and you got options on the latter part of the draft and you feel good about where you're sitting at with the guys that you want to get. This is absolutely the sexy pick, Cass. This is one of those things that I get upset about the Bears organization getting excited about a singular player and what he can bring to the table, and forgetting that the way you win football games and the way you win championships is to get the best players in the trenches and win that way. This guy, we did that last year and got Rome Odunze, who I think is a superb receiver. He's not the pick that I think we needed at that time. I thought we needed a pick. I thought it was Talise Fuaga out of Oregon State. I thought that was the right pick to do. It was Oklahoma State. I can't remember which one. I think it was Oregon State. But this is my conundrum with Ashton Jeanty. As dominant as I think this football player is, and legit as I think this football player is, I still, if he's at 10, okay, you get him. I won't be mad about it, but this is where I think the Bears get it wrong, man. You can't get excited about highlights you've seen on this player. And yes, he's a dominant football player, but that is not necessarily what you need right now. You need to get more dominant in the trenches and get the back five. You need to backfill your offensive line. You need to get depth. And so that when one of those guys goes down, the next guy can come in and it's effortless. You've already got them ready to go do battle. That's my only problem with drafting Ashton Jeanty. I won't have a problem with it. I think he's dominant and he's legit, but I don't know if that's the right player to draft for the Chicago Bears right now. I don't. I got enough confidence in the running back class and other running backs that knowing the fact that we've got DeAndre Sweat is pretty much the same running back. You know what I mean? So it's just
you look at the jump cut on Ashton Jeanty, and you tell me he's the same.
I've seen it all.
I'm sure you have. I'm just saying I ain't never seen DeAndre do that with 8 men in the box. I ain't never seen him do that.
Wait. You talking about college football versus pro football, right?
This is sure that's a fair comment, man.
Come on.
Very, very fair comment. I'm just saying I think this kid has got a little bit of special in there. I think there's a little bit of special sprinkled on top, and I think we can go a long way with it. But the major reason why I back this as an idea is that all of that trench talk everybody's talking about, I think 39 and 41 does that. And like, look at the guys we've talked about today. Some of the more dominant tackles, as far as conversation goes, are likely to be sitting there at 39 and 41. Some of the more dominant linemen, which includes a guy like Kenneth Grant, maybe Tyleik Williams, maybe Omar Norman Lott, and or edge rushers will all be available at that same position.
This will probably help you out. Okay. Number one, let me ask you a simple question. Just say yes or no. Do you think Saquon Barkley is a dominant running back?
He just won the Super Bowl.
Do you think he's a dominant running back? Yeah or nay?
Yes, he's definitely a dominant running back. There's no two ways about that.
So dominant running back in New York with a subpar offensive line. Still a dominant running back, no great results, right? Wait, let me finish.
I can't let you finish because my point is right after we're getting the offensive lineman.
Come on, dog.
But we're getting the lineman.
Come on, dog.
If we can do both,
come on, dog.
Both.
Come on, dog. You know where I'm going.
I do.
Philly that has a dominant offensive line along with a dominant running back. See the difference?
There's the difference that I'm trying to make, or the point I'm trying to make, is you can still get that offensive tackle in the second round. We literally just saw 3 of the guys that would be available in the second round specifically. We weren't talking about Will Campbell or Kelvin Banks or Josh Simmons, all available in the first round. We were talking about other guys, and you very purposefully said that these are some of the top, in your opinion, top 3 guys in the draft available at the left tackle position. So if they're available at 39 and 41, and we shore up the offensive line. So now you have an offensive line that has somebody who's a second round pick that you consider a very high caliber player. You've got Joe Thuney, you've got Dahlman, you've got Joe
Thuney for how long?
That's fine. We've got next year to draft as well. The world doesn't end tomorrow, right? So like we can always draft another guy at the guard position next year. If Joe Thuney's a 1-year stopgap, maybe he's a 2-year stopgap. At this point, we don't know.
Kids, how do you win championships?
By drafting in the trenches. I'm saying that you continue to do so year on year.
I'm just
challenging in the trenches in 2026.
I'm just challenging your way of thinking because you're so sold on the running back. Everybody is sold on. Everybody loves Ashton Jeanty. Everybody loves him, but is that the right move at that particular spot?
I think at this time, because of the depth at DT, because of the depth at OT, because of the depth at DE in this draft. This bodes so well for a sexy running back pick, a weapon that will help us score points. Tell me how many points we scored last year in any given game, and a big question mark might as well get thrown up because the number 21 isn't the number you're going to give me.
All right, one last question before we move subjects.
I have a question. I have a question as it relates to this draft order.
Yeah.
So I'm hearing the difference between whether or not you think it's best to draft Genty at 10 and a lineman at 39 or 41, or
Both
lineman at 10 and a running back at 39 or 41.
Okay, let me better ask this question. Let me ask, and I'm just buttering up for you, Ethereal. So let's just say Will Campbell comes down to 10. Some miraculous way he comes down to 10. You got a choice between Ashton Genty and Will Campbell. Which one you take?
You take Will Campbell.
Well, let's fire it up, kids. Let's put him on the board and see what he does in real time.
Well, I can definitely do that, but at the same time, we might not get that exact look. I might have to run it a bunch of times, but in order for us to get that look, I'm going to be honest with you. Because of the depth, I might take the running back. We need to have All right. Well, hold on a second.
I wouldn't take the running back over an elite.
I'm going to tell you why. The simple facts is Caleb Williams has to be able to hand the ball off to an FU stop me back. He just has to be able to do that to take the pressure off of his shoulders. Last season, we saw far too many first downs where Caleb Williams is in shotgun. That's wrong. We don't, you know what I'm saying? Like he can't be Superman every day. Superman needs to be the back. He needs to be the quarterback. You know what I'm saying? You got to put 8 men in the back so he can go over top. That should be the modus operandi. That's how things worked in Detroit. Works that way in any other team that has a working running back situation. That's what I'm trying to say. What we had in the running back room last year just wasn't FU stop me. It was not. Okay. I don't expect it to be this year either if we keep it the way that it is. All of us recognize that now. And we're all saying get a running back. The question is, which one do you get them and with what pick?
Kids is trying to die on the hill, and we need to get to. There's one more
I'm
guy.
Done. I'm dead. So let's be.
There's actually 4 more guys that I need to get to, but I'm only going to get to one because we need to move the needle and get to some other stuff here. We did promise these guys a mock draft, but I want to get to something else. One more player to talk about, even though there's a few more. One more player we'll talk about on this show is John Williams out of Cincinnati, 6'5", 320-pound senior. He's a powerful athlete with great feet, executes well in wide zone, and can he's versatile, man. One thing I know about what they do in Cincinnati is what I know will be featured well in Chicago is the wide zone concept. And when you're looking at these offensive linemen, guys that execute well in movement, right? And so you want to see guys that are fluid athletes, and lower body is important. You get some long arm guys like this guy has. He's got some traits to him. This one really, really surprised me out of pretty much all of these guys that ended up being on the 30 visit list. John Williams, I thought, was a stretch for me when I was watching the tape. And the fact that he ended up on the list for the Bears, I was just like, that just confirmed to me that what I saw on tape is probably what these scouts inside the building in Chicago, inside Hallis Hall, are seeing. This guy's got some dominant traits to him, and he's got the size to back it up. He flashes dominance when you watch him on tape. John Williams out of Cincinnati, I don't know who can speak to John Williams at Cincinnati, but what they do down there and how they feature that offensive line translates very, very, very well to what Ben Johnson wants to do here in Chicago. I'm telling you, the traits I see in John Williams definitely fits A1 center into what Ben Johnson is going to want to do here in Chicago. 110%. Any thoughts on him?
I don't have nothing on John Williams. I'll be factual here. He's a little bit further back than I would have thought they'd be looking for. Yeah, like he's a 7th round pick, 5th to 7th rounder, and that's the projected round that he's being looked at here by, on our list, on the big board list. I'm kind of surprised that they'd even be considering a 7th round offensive tackle, but I guess just straight up depth piece, I get it.
If you see this kid on tape, kids, and the way he can move, you gotta look at Detroit's offensive line to have some kind of reference to what they're looking for here in Chicago. And one of the things that you notice about that offensive line is how well they move and how well they run and get to the second and third level on those blocks. And they really let the offensive line attack every defense, and they featured the offensive line. And so what do you need in an offensive lineman? You need a guy that's fluid and can run and can get to the second level effortlessly. And John Williams is one of those guys who's just like, what they want to do in Chicago, the way Cincinnati has constructed that offensive line, kind of mirrors what they do in Detroit. And so it was several guys on that offensive line I was looking at. John Williams ain't the only one, but he's one of the ones that ended up being featured here at the Nomad Network. I'm telling you, this guy has the traits to fit right into what Ben Johnson wants to do with this offensive line. I'm telling you, he's got the goods.
Like I said, a little bit further back for me, I did not take a really close look at John Williams. I'll be completely frank with that. I perhaps should, if they're bringing him in for a 30. Looks like they believe a little bit more in what his capabilities are. But I don't know. Very late rounder.
We ain't got to get in the weeds about him. I just, he ended up being on the list, and he's somebody. Remember, you guys, every player card that you're looking at on the screen tonight is something I did months ago. Ain't nothing new about none of these guys. These are guys that have been featured on the prospect shows on the Nomad Network. If you haven't seen them, these are good content shows to go and look at. If you want to see, some of these guys are going to be UDFAs. Not saying this guy right here on the screen, but some of those guys that we were featuring over here on the Nomad Network are going to be UDFAs. If you want to get ahead of the game and try to figure out what these players are going to be if the Bears grab them or take interest in them, those shows are gold. If you want to check some good content out, some good Bears content out, go watch those prospect shows. I'm telling you, they're good. Just letting you guys know. I'm going to take him down off the screen because I got one more thing we need.
How was his pass blocking?
Great.
Okay.
Absolutely great. To be short with you, just to get to the next subject.
All right. Well, I'm going to add one thing before you leave it. Because I didn't do a whole lot on him. But what I will say is this guy seems like a practice squad kind of guy, but he's from Bolingbrook. And you know that every now and again, Poles likes to have a couple of those local guys that just kind of have a love for the Bears and in the team. And this might be one of those dudes.
All right. Hey, I don't know where he might fit into the situation, but I know I love the traits. I love what I've seen on film. I love the scheme that they were working out of, and it fits definitely into what Ben Johnson is going to want to do here in Chicago. The fluidity of this guy's movement is definitely going to stick out to you if you go take some time to go look at the film. The fluidity of the movement, I think, kids, if you look at that, that's probably what you're going to want to talk about when you come back. Is like, that motherfucker can move, can really move. And to be 320 pounds at 6'5", just remember that while you're watching this guy play.
All right.
Let's get to this. This is something I did, kids. I'm gonna basically cover us up is what I'm gonna do. But everybody's free to talk, and I'll take all the slings and arrows that comes with this. So what I did is I mocked the first 16 picks, and what you will notice in these 16 picks is you won't see James Pierce. Why? It's because more or less I forgot to get him in there, but I think there's going to be a couple of wild cards in those first 16 picks. There's going to be some picks you want to definitely agree with. Going to be a couple in there that you won't. I think when you see this list, you're going to see Shedeur Sanders where he's at, and you're going to notice where Shamar Stewart where he's at. You're going to notice where Tyler Warren is at. You're going to notice where Colston Loveland is at. But that's how finicky I think this draft is going to be. So without further ado, I mock the first 16 picks just to show you guys what I think could happen and could twist this whole first 16 picks up. The first 32 can get real twisted by way of this. And you guys can just tell me, and I'll shut up. Read it and wait. People got quiet, didn't they?
Isn't Mike Green the dude with the quote unquote character shit?
Yep.
There's that. But is that only thing you notice?
Notice. Let's see. Will Johnson is lower than expected. Let's see. Cam Ward, Abdul Carter, that was expected. Will Johnson, Will Campbell. Membu's kind of high, right on. Graham, tight end. I would prefer Emmett Warrior, but that's just me. What are we noticing here?
There's really nothing special here outside of the selection of Mike Green. I think Mike Green is like exactly the guy the Bears won't pick because of the outside football stuff, right? Like we've kind of traditionally not been the haven for stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like that's a bit surprising. Shedeur going to the Saints is not surprising. Shamar Stewart going to the Panthers is surprising. I don't think they will select him at all. I think that they will select an offensive tackle. That's just me. I think they should be in the same boat as we are with respect to their young quarterback. And
Who would you say shouldn't select an offensive tackle?
I said that the Panthers should be selecting an offensive tackle.
Okay.
That's my thoughts. I think they should be protecting, doing everything that they can to protect Bryce Young and make sure he has a stellar career. He's moving into year 3. Years 1 and 2 were a little bit shaky. Jets, I would be, things to know. I'd be surprised if Jets take Mason Graham. That would surprise me. Their defensive line is actually really good. They have some superstars on that defensive line already. I have no clue who they would take, but I would think maybe they got a good secondary too. I'm not sure who the Jets take, but I wouldn't think that. I just wouldn't think it would be Mason Graham. Raiders, sure. Raiders could take Asingenti. That's on the docket. That's potential. Although, again, I think it's just as potential for them to take a quarterback. It's just as potential for them to take a wide receiver because they have none. Jacksonville, okay. Jacksonville's a bit of a wild card as well. They could do anything. They probably wouldn't do wide receiver or running back, but they could do any other position. The Patriots, I do not see Will Campbell getting past the Patriots, guys. I really don't. That's just me. Top tackle in the draft. They're going to want to protect their young signal caller, just like we want to. So that's my thoughts there. Travis Hunter, I don't know about Travis to New York. New York has so many holes. I don't know. They picked a wide receiver last year. He's amazing. They may want to think about a quarterback in some capacity. I'm still personally leaning to Shedeur Sanders to the New York Giants, but they have a quarterback for the time being, so maybe they do something else. I would be a little bit surprised if it's a corner. Abdul Carter to the Browns, sure, okay. Cam Ward to the Titans, sure, okay. The other side of this, I'd be surprised if the Cowboys went with cornerback with the way that their corners have been performing. Jihad Campbell.
Well, let me before you go
Makes
any further, let me ask you a general question.
Yeah.
Does this draft so far look like is it somewhat like close to what could possibly happen? I know you disagree with a few things going on here, but does it look realistic overall?
Two quarterbacks in the top. Oh, that seems like a little light.
Say again?
2 quarterbacks in the top 10 seems a little light.
You think 3 will go?
I mean, they're quarterback needy teams, and teams with their quarterback are like, yeah, that's our guy.
That's you know what, Tripp? That's why I said Shadur Sanders is a wild card and Shamar Stewart is a wild card, because you wanna it's a conundrum where you wanna put James Pierce in there, but I seen some stuff on film where I can understand why people wouldn't put him there. But Shadur Sanders is the biggest conundrum there. Number one, he is. I wanted to put him right there where Abdul Carter is, to be honest with you, because I think that's what they need in Cleveland. But that's and I forced myself to move him because I'm just like, you know what, things could change, and but that is, I think 1 and 2, I think is going to be Shadur Sanders and Cam Ward, but I forced myself to take him out of that just to see what the rest of this draft would look like in the first 16 picks.
I'll be frank and say that makes much more sense. And then Abdul Carter falls to New York, which makes much more sense. Patriots stick with Will Campbell, Armand Membu, sure, to the Jacksonville Jaguars, but they could just as easily take Mason Graham. I think that's a smarter look. I think you probably want to have an Armand Membu in at the Jets to protect Justin Fields, because he's never had an offensive line up to now. You know what I mean? You got yourself a quarterback, you might want to give the guy an offensive line. Hint, hint, Ryan Poles.
Let's see what Ethereal's thinking, man. I know you got something on your mind when you looked at this.
I'm looking at it. I don't think Shador goes that low just because I don't. Again, we're in a quarterback thirsty league, and we saw what happened last year when folks started running on quarterbacks because they just need them. You get them, you don't put the right resources behind them, they fall by the wayside, and you use another draft pick early on because the higher you draft it, it seems like the more resources you want to give them to perform. So I don't see Shador going outside of the top 5. I think Cleveland maybe. I don't know what New York is going to do, but definitely by the time you get to the Raiders, you're just like, all right, where's this guy going to go? The other stuff moving around, I don't see Travis Hunter dropping outside. I mean, it's a lot of good talent. Some folks are going to have to make some decisions, which is why I think something happens and one of these good players makes it to the Bears, because there's too many good players up there for people to draft where they need them. So as far as looking at this draft, I would personally move Shador up. I think he's gotten some bad press, but his tape still looks decent. People question whether or not he'll be able to perform without his dad as his coach, which I think is a fair question. I still think he'll go decently high. So I've learned not to really think that I know what other teams are thinking. When it comes to the draft, there's difficult to predict as, the Final Four. So.
Hell yeah. You know where I had him at originally, Ethereal? Number 3. And I kept talking myself out of I was just like, leave him there. Because I think I really do think that's where he's going to go. I think it's going to be Cam Ward. I think it's going to be Travis Hunter. And I think it's going to be Shadur Sanders. And I think, something might strangely happen at 4. That's how I think it's going to play out. And I had to force myself to move Shador out of there so I can force myself to put Abdul Carter there. It was weird, man. But I had Shador at number 3 with the Giants. I do think that's where he's going to end up at.
So I'm going to ask an obvious question. Who's the Browns quarterback right now?
The Browns quarterback is Deshaun Watson. And I know you're going to slander this guy. Don't do it, kids. I know you want to.
Don't slander him.
Oh, you're so pro player, buddy. Like,
I know you're going to do it, though. I know you, bro.
I don't have to slander anybody. Like, I don't. His record is for all folks to watch on the NFL. But regardless as to that, he just re-injured himself. It's not slander. He's hurt.
So what you're going to say is they're going to end up drafting Shador second.
I'm asking an obvious question. Who's the quarterback for the Cleveland Browns right now? And the answer is a hurt, injured Deshaun Watson. If that's the answer, Shador Sanders is pick number 2.
I think realistically,
if you are Cleveland and you have the opportunity to replace, the worst trade in possibly franchise history at quarterback with a young, top of the draft quarterback, I think you got to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I had to double back. I thought at some point maybe they got somebody in free agency I was not aware of, but I did hear the big kahuna over there in Cleveland saying, yeah, we made a big mistake with Deshaun. And Deshaun and the reason why I was talking about it is because Deshaun was hurt. So it's either Kenny Pickett or bust right now. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure they're selecting Shador.
I would hate to see Shador go to Cleveland.
No.
What you thinking?
Dion would hate to see Shador go to Cleveland.
I'm like shit. I might as well be his fucking daddy. What you think, Ether?
So what if they try to draft him and Shador pulls the Eli Manning shit?
Oh, you did it, Ethereal. You did it. Trips, what do you think about that, man? You over there in the dark
shit. Because, well, first of all, I've never been a primetime fan. I recognize his talent and all that, but he runs his goddamn mouth like what do you call those preachers in the tents? What do you call those fuckers?
About the snake guys.
The snake oil salesmen. What do you call them? There's a name for them. They put up their tents. It's like, come on, we'll preach now. Bring your wallets. Those dudes, and it's like
evangelist. Is that the word?
Evangelist.
This rattlesnake ain't gonna bite you.
He's a televangelist. And it's like, dude.
Minister Charles, don't pay no mind to what he's talking.
Don't be
so
listening.
It's like, to raise your kids with that attitude of, hey, look at my bling. Look at how much I'm worth. Look how much money I get. You ain't shit. Fuck you. And it's like, really? That's the kind of mentality you're going to put in your kid's head coming into the world like this? All right, good luck with that.
I mean, he doesn't do that as much as he used to.
Well, as much as he used to, how many times did Shador get, bum rush? Well, not bum rush, but cussed out by other fans because he's taunting the crowd like, look at me, look at how rich I am, I'm over here, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, dudes like that usually get beat down and don't turn out for shit, so fuck them.
He's not coming to the Bears.
Well, yeah, exactly. And so that's why I don't give a shit anyway. It's like, go wherever you want to go because my team is going to kick your ass.
This is a very fair statement. And at the end of the day, the real question is, who is that quarterback? If they had somebody in place like New York does, you know what I'm saying? Like New York actually has somebody in place. If he's a stopgap or not, call it what you will. His name is Russell Wilson. You know what I'm saying? Like there's somebody in New York who's gonna throw the rock. I don't know it's Kenny Pickett, y'all, in Cleveland. That's the last resort at the quarterback position.
Dart is shooting up boards too, though.
Who?
Dart.
Jackson Dart. Well, there's no way that they're selecting Jackson Dart number 2 over Shador. I'll just say that out loud. But you know what I mean? Like Jackson Dart may be the guy who winds up in New Orleans.
Kids, how could you be so sure?
You can't be.
I can't be. Let's be real about that. I can't.
Mitchell Trubisky chosen number 2.
Hey, theory. I'll
If Ryan
you.
Pace
Hold on.
was the GM over there, I would be
I was about
right
to
there
say
with
Mitchell Trubisky happened. Goddamn, you can't be sure.
No, I can't be sure. Let's be factual. Maybe they really like Jackson Dart and they want to select him as it stands. Perhaps they're much more worried about, just like you guys said, maybe he pulls that Eli Manning situation. Maybe, maybe Dion does something off color to make this a non-starter. But my point being, they're getting a quarterback. Whether it's Jackson Dart, that's fine too. Whether it's Jackson Dart or Shador, somebody has to throw the pill in Cleveland.
So that opens my conversation again to what I was saying. It's a quarterback-driven league. These teams are going to draft a quarterback.
Yep.
It should be Shador. If it's Jackson Dart, then all of a sudden, what happens to those other players?
Somebody tries to trade down to get Shador, very likely. That's really what winds up happening. Oh, he was skipped over. There's been 2 quarterbacks selected, just like the Kansas City Chiefs did in the draft we were just talking about. Leo, let's jump up to 10. We'll get the real one. We'll get the real QB. Forget the massage guy and Maserati.
Mario just asked what would happen very shortly, very quickly, very succinctly. Chaos fucking happens. That's what happens.
I wouldn't call it chaos, but
that would fuck everybody's shit up.
No.
Because everybody shifts on everybody's board now.
Yeah, but boards are, you know what I'm saying? Boards have to be made at least a little bit fluid. There will be some sort of dynamic situation here that you have to, you got to roll with the punches. So the upside, if we'll just look at it the other way, that 2-3 quarterbacks are selected in that top 10, the upside is a guy like Mason Graham falls, a guy like Abdul Carter falls, a guy like Ashton Genty falls. Like, though the odds of them being pushed out of the top 10 is astronomical.
Yeah, so when you learned about factors in equations and shit like that, all that stuff you learn in grade school, and
long time ago, bro. We're going real far back, but keep going.
I'm just saying, shit. Trust me when I tell you, I'm the motherfucker you pop upside the head, like pay attention in class. And listen, I can remember, like in equations, you have to factor in everything and how to move. If this unknown comes into the equation and fucks everything up, those phones in those boardrooms are going to be lit up. It's just like everybody's going to move around. Ethereal just threw a bomb in the whole conversation by saying that. That is absolutely like I'm telling you, dude. There's a bomb that could happen here, man. Because I think Shamar Stewart and Shador Sanders in particular are if something happens where he's not picking that first 3. I think phones start lighting up in every 32 teams' offices. It's going to be guys that are going to try to be moving around, trying to get. It's going to get. I got a feeling this is going to get crazy this year.
I don't know. I'm like, the question really is does somebody in that top 10 think that Jackson Dart is the truth? I don't know.
I do. I do think he's the truth. Really? I like Jackson Dart.
I think he's a good quarterback for sure. I just don't know if these 10 teams agree with that to the level that they would draft him in the top 10.
I'm not saying that's going to happen, but when I just happened to, there's no way in hell I was looking at a quarterback this year in this whole entire prospect class because I knew not to. I had too many other players to be looking at. I ain't got time to be looking at fucking quarterbacks. And I was doing a lot of Ole Miss tape. And it just kept coming up over and over again that this guy right here, I think, even though they didn't run a huddle in Ole Miss, I think that's going to set him up for failure early. But I think in the long run, you got you a guy in Jackson. I think Jackson Dart's a guy. Over Shador Sanders, hell no. Shador Sanders is on another level. Jackson Dart is he wants to be Shador Sanders. But I'm telling you, Jackson Dart's going to get in there somewhere. And I agree with Derek Guy when he says, I guarantee you at least one of the GMs is going to do something stupid in the top 10 and it could be fucking
Always.
Jackson Dart.
But we're not considering a Milrow though, right?
That's
No,
another.
Milrow's really good too.
Yes.
No. I am going to put my stamp on this, and I said this 3 years ago because I was at the damn game, pissed off. Jalen Milrow is not going to be a first-round draft pick in the NFL.
No.
Okay.
No, not only that, but like when you're talking about how
if what we're talking about right now goes down, don't count out the Pittsburgh Steelers
hold on.
and Jalen Milrow.
Hold on, because what Ethereum was talking about, he's talking about a couple of years ago. Like Jalen Milrow is a different quarterback than he was freaking 12 months ago.
No, that is true. That is true. He is not a natural thrower of the ball. Phenomenal athlete. He is a phenomenal athlete, but you remember how people thought Lamar Jackson should have gone and played wide receiver?
That was just Bill Polian, but continue.
That was people talking shit, but Jalen Milrow might really be that person who should go play wide receiver.
No, I don't think so.
He misses way too many easy passes. And remember, I'm a Bama guy. So I watch this guy and he just breaks my heart, right? Because can he physically throw the ball? Hell yes. Does he use his mind? And is he accurate at times where he needs to be accurate? Unfortunately, no.
I'm gonna say this, man, just to defend him. I know what I saw the year before. I think I'm talking about in 2023. That year, I'm gonna definitely agree with Ethereum. If we're in 2023 and we're having that conversation then. What I saw in 2024, whatever that coach came in and did with him, raised his game to a whole different. Like I seen a lot of bad on Jalen Milrow's film, but the good way, it's just like okay. It's like all you need is somebody to believe in him and refine what he can bring to the table. It's like you're never going to take the athlete out of Jalen Milrow. He's going to always be a nuclear weapon, period. But if you can chisel down some of those, the way he's seeing the game, it's like you got to get into his head and like, hey, right here, let's stop the tape right here. What did you see here? It's like simple things like that. It's like, okay, I saw him over here getting ready to break open, but I felt the pressure coming on my left-hand side, so I knew I needed to move. Did you need to run all the way out of the pocket, or did you need to step up in the pocket, right? Instead of running completely away from what they had protected for you, did you really need to step up in there, or did you need to run all the way out and turn it into a run play? It's simple things like that when you're looking at a quarterback with those kind of legs. This is a nuclear weapon, and whoever gets that guy is going to have a nuclear weapon on that team. And you can criticize how he plays quarterback in the pocket. I think pocket quarterback is going by the wayside, and I think people are struggling and drowning themselves and drowning each other trying to protect that. I think that game is going by the wayside, just by the way of the actual athletes that are coming out. There's not going to be all that pocket quarterback shit going on. You're going to have running quarterbacks all over the league.
I agree, but are you taking them in the first round?
I don't agree. There's you can do both, right? Like there's no altruistic method here. If the kid can run, he can run. There is a school of thought for a guy in the pocket. If Jackson Dart's a guy in the pocket, quite frankly, they understand that school of thought just the same. So, let's just look. Like I said, let's just look at Pittsburgh. If Pittsburgh gets Aaron Rodgers, Jackson Dart's a great selection. So's Milrow. In either case scenarios, you sit that guy down, you get him to learn behind Aaron Rodgers. I can see either one of these guys, if not both of them, going in the first round. Just saying.
I think another thing I would say before we get into really quick, I think the move that New England just made by letting go of Joe Milton, I think that's gonna when all the dust settles, I think that's gonna be a mistake, a huge one. I don't know if you guys heard about that, but the Cowboys traded to get him.
Yeah, that was that. Joe Milton was my like low key. It's like, dude, let's trade back, get the fucking Hall, and draft Milton and mold his ass. But we didn't. So New England took him and then immediately trades him away. And it's like, the dude has talent, obviously, but just needs some coaching up, some work. He's a good player. Let's see what we can do with him. Was what they're saying, I'm sure. And so looking at the prospects coming out, it's like, this year's quarterback class is a little lackluster. We don't want to get in the Manning sweepstakes for next year, or the top guys coming out. So let's see what we can work with as far as young quarterback talent, which is what Milton is. So let's see where they go with that.
New England as a team doesn't normally like to have quarterback battles, right?
Well,
Joe Milton
famously, Tom Brady is the winner of a quarterback battle. But continue.
Well, no, because you got to think about it. When Tom Brady took over, Bledsoe got hurt, and he just stepped up. But he was like technically a bum before he actually got the opportunity.
No, Bledsoe was
Come on, Tom Brady, man.
Oh, Tom Brady was a bum?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, right, you got to think about when they let Cam Newton go. They didn't let Cam Newton go because Cam Newton couldn't play. He was too much of a distraction because if he did get on the field, he was decent. Joe Milton, if he gets on the field, he's going to have them question their first-round draft pick. They can't do that.
Well, so that's why they traded him over to Dallas. And the thing about what jumps out to me is like that Trey Lance, Justin Fields, that draft class is really that it just hasn't lived up to potential. I'm just saying they had Trey Lance sitting there trying to learn behind the scenes, and if they're out there looking for another quarterback to do the exact same thing, poor Trey Lance, bro. The San Francisco 49ers spent three first rounders to get him. Didn't pan out.
That's their fault. That's their fault.
Yeah, it is.
Like it's one thing if he showed that he should have did that and did it consistently over time and just got to the league and didn't perform. Like he didn't have it. Like he played well against Buster talent. So what?
Yeah.
You can make that same exact argument for fucking Ashton Genty right now.
What?
Same exact shit. It's like the level of competition.
No, he means level of competition in the NFL, though.
Hey,
no.
I mean in college, but there is a level to Ashton Genty's play that translates to the NFL. Like just breaking tackles and just like if you listen to what they were looking at when Walter Payton came into the league and just like his motor and his heart, I see that in Ashton Genty.
Whoa, that's a big.
What I would want to say to respond to Ethereal is to say, just because I know some people, and I'm really putting the brakes on myself by making a statement right here, and I'm gonna say the clean version of what I want to say. But I know for a fact that some of these players get into situations. Now, you guys will all agree with me, I'm sure, when I say that the NFL coaching cycle is recycled, right? It's like all these guys are recycled and reissued to all these different teams. It's like the same circle of fraternity of guys that just get put in different places, wherever they are. And you get some bad, when you got that kind of, I don't know, man. I don't like it, man, because you get these guys that have been moving from city to city, to state, and they're here, they're there, and they're getting all these different players in every year, and they have a certain way of thinking. I only know this because of my guys that played in the league, and I'm speaking from what I know they experience. And sometimes you get some really toxic people that don't really want to take the time. Like I'm talking about Trey Lance. I'm like, I got a strong indication, like I know this guy has put on some bad tape, man. It's like this guy, I've seen some stuff that's really, really awful. But I know what I seen when I watched him at North Dakota State. I believe that's where he played. And I see a really good quarterback there where he's comfortable, where people are breathing good energy into him. And I think he came into a situation where I don't know that the situation was advantageous for him, man. I don't know, man.
San Francisco 49ers?
I'm thinking some shit happened that we don't know about there, and it's just fucked his confidence up.
Well, he
He's
got
not the
hurt.
same guy. He's not the same football player.
Well, no, like I'm saying, he got hurt, and when he came back from being hurt, he then proved he wasn't that guy. Is kind of how that thing shook out. I would not blame it on the organization. The San Francisco 49ers are a good organization. Organizationally, they're not a team that I would say doesn't have a clue at what they're doing. For the most part, over the last 40 years, they know what they've proven to us that they know what that they're doing. Multiple Super Bowl appearances, multiple playoff appearances, few Super Bowl championship wins.
So let me ask you this question. This is probably going to ring as very controversial, but I'm going to say it because it needs to be fucking said.
Oh,
now, do you think, like, this is just say for instance, you got a Trey Lance getting coached by a quarterback. Now, Trey Lance is a very mobile, very fast, twitchy quarterback that can really be dynamic. Being coached by, and his eyes see the game in a certain way, right? Getting coached by a flat foot, let's just say a white guy who can't run, and he's a pocket quarterback by his trade. And he didn't end up being a whole lot in the league, and he's still struggling trying to figure out why he wasn't. And he's trying to force a kid to be a pocket quarterback and flat-footed like he is. That's the way that football player saw the game. Do you think that's a factor or no? I'm just going to ask.
No, not in the least.
Absolutely. I think it's a factor.
You do?
100%.
Go for it.
I agree with
Go, let me hear your thought.
I said go for it, and I'll tell you why it's not after. Go for it, Ethiopia.
Okay, so when you take somebody who they have tunnel vision in terms of the way they feel the game should be executed, right? The players that they put beside them are there to execute on that vision, right? They're narrow-minded. They think that you have to put A, then B, then C, then D. When you have somebody who has the talent to break the mold, their goal isn't, and this is the difference between smart people and disciplined people who follow a program. Smart people can take whoever they have and make it work. I believe Ben Johnson is a smart person. Then you have people who have to get the exact people that they need in the program, and they have a simple formula, but it only works if they have exactly who they need. Those people will ruin people's lives. They will ruin people's lives because they have no ability to think outside the box.
Yo, we talking right now about one of the premier offensive minds in football, and y'all trying to tell me like you don't know what the F he's doing.
But you can't act like
so we're gonna put up these this little name here first has to get thrown up. All right, so I'm gonna ask you if like Kyle Shanahan had no clue what he was doing with RG3.
No, we talking about RG, man.
Say what now?
There was a Gruden there.
There was a Gruden.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Gruden?
Gruden Shorty.
Jay Gruden.
Jay.
Yeah, Jay Gruden.
I'm telling you right now, kids, don't go.
Kyle Shanahan was the offensive coordinator.
You're about to stick your foot in it, man. I'm just telling you right now.
What am I sticking my foot in?
I know where you're going to go. You about to stick your foot right dead ass in it.
I don't know. You have no clue what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm saying that Kyle Shanahan helped this guy become a superstar, left to San Francisco, and hasn't had that type of quarterback again. He finally gets a guy who kind of looks and resembles that type of quarterback again, and he thinks maybe I can turn this guy into the next RG3. That just didn't happen. I'm not going to sit here and say that this is what, you know what I mean? You're saying that Kyle Shanahan is not dynamic enough to pivot to a running quarterback or a mobile quarterback case scenario versus a not so mobile quarterback case scenario. I'm also going to tell you, Brock Purdy has a shit ton of running yards. Shit ton.
You're gonna kids. You're gonna find yourself in a tight spot now.
What are you talking about? I just proved the situation.
I'm just not gonna say nothing. Just I don't want to do nothing.
What are you? What do you mean?
Because sometimes when criticism, I know you pride yourself on being the contrarian on the show. I know that.
This has nothing to no. I'm a
I know you do,
contrarian,
man,
bro.
but what Ethereal
You're
just
trying
got
to tell me that Kyle
you
Shanahan, one of the most
gave-
brilliant
you gave-
football minds, can't
you
do
gave-
something.
gave-
I'm telling you that he can, and there's proof to
gave,
back it
you
up.
gave no credence to what Ethereal just got through saying, and what he just said was very comprehensive.
No, what Ethereal just said was what made a lot of sense in a general perspective. But if we're talking specifically about Kyle Shanahan, it doesn't apply. There's proof that he's done the other thing with RG3.
You thinking this guy is, you think this guy is perfect? He's a fucked up individual too.
I didn't say he's perfect. I'm just saying that there's proof against what you're.
Talk to the San Francisco people about that. I follow those guys. He's not. Sometimes, like, if I tell you one thing, if they fuck around,
All right,
and if Kyle Shanahan had put a check mark beside Brock Purdy, he'd already be getting paid a whole lot of money right now. But they didn't, and so I give. If it's Kyle Shanahan keeping him from getting paid, that is the absolute right thing to do. He limited that offense.
I'm not saying. Your argument is moot
because you won't let me finish.
Because you're going off in a tangent about Brock Purdy now. The fact is Brock Purdy runs the football. He's mobile. He actually is.
You think
Kyle got one of the better? Hold on, bro. It's because they have one of the better offensive lines in the NFL. They do. Brock Purdy moves. Trey Lance, when he had the opportunity, moves, got hurt. RG3 in a completely different system moved. Kyle Shanahan can handle all of these things, but you're saying that he can't. So I'm saying he can, and I'm giving you valid proof that he can.
Kyle Shanahan is the system was great. The system was great. It was well put together. What I'm trying to say to you, kids,
did it work great with Jimmy Garoppolo, a pocket passer? You know, it's super funny what you're saying. It didn't work for Jimmy either.
What do you think Brock Purdy is? What do you think Brock Purdy is?
He's a system, bro. He's a system quarterback, but at the end of the day, he's a mobile system quarterback. He's got a
Brock Purdy run one more time. He's gonna get his ass broke off.
With that offensive line protecting him,
he ain't built to run the football, dude.
Bro, look at his numbers. What are you telling me? I'm not saying he's Justin Fields, but look at his actual rushing numbers. You would be super surprised.
You see what we have to deal with over here, Ethereal?
I know. I can't tell.
People talk about Shanahan and Purdy and the 49ers like we have 49er pop.
I'm just telling you, what you said didn't make any sense.
You're busy trying to get your point across, and you ain't even fucking heard nothing. The point I'm trying to make is trying to compound. I led a conversation that Ethereal came and kind of said, you know what, you got a good point here about, you know, being in the wrong place at the wrong time and people just destroying your energy and people not, you know, because the offensive coaching cycle, defensive coaching cycle, and assistants all over the league are recycled, and they're going from place to place, state to state, city to city, and they're just ruining these kids because there's no new blood in the league. And I'm bringing up the fact that I don't even know how San Francisco got brought into the conversation. All I know is I was talking about Trey Lance, and I'm thinking
Trey Lance played for San Francisco.
I'm thinking to myself that maybe, just maybe, that kid was being groomed by people who didn't understand him.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that's not the case. That's
just so we can audit the conversation and everybody knows how we got here. We were talking about New England and the fact that Joe Milton is now with Trey Lance in Dallas, and that's how we got on Trey Lance. And why the hell did he get kicked out of San Francisco?
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. It was Joe Milton.
That's how we got here. I made the comment saying that draft class wasn't very good. You know, to make a long story short, it was a bit of a problematic draft class. End of the day, it bled into a conversation where you were making an excuse for Trey Lance and saying that, look, like maybe he fell to a bad organization. And I was like, I wouldn't consider San Francisco, if we're talking Cleveland. Yeah, Cleveland's a bad org. You know, Bears sometimes could be looked at as a bad org. The Jets could be looked at as a bad org. San Francisco's a pretty good org, so I doubt that's the case. But wait, his head coach is Kyle Shanahan, who knows what the heck he's doing. You also then said Maybe he's trying to force him to be a pocket passer.
Do me
I'm
a
saying
favor.
he's worked with both.
Tez, do me a
Yeah.
favor. When you get off this show, when we're done tonight, go follow Grant Cohn. It's GrantCohn. Go follow him. He's like the lead guy when it comes to coverage of the 49ers. Go follow him.
I actually hate the 49ers. Like, I'm just going to put that out there. I have no interest in doing that. I'm not a 49ers fan.
You're doing a lot of big talking, and you taking
It's not big
the
talk.
49ers and the head coach when you might not know everything.
I'm not caking at all.
It's
I'm saying that there's proof that refutes what you're claiming.
I love you, but you don't know what you're talking about here.
Okay, so I didn't. So RG3 sucks. He was not a mobile quarterback and was not coached by Kyle Shanahan. Brock Purdy sucks. I might even agree with that, but you're also saying he's not a mobile quarterback, but he is though.
Man,
so what are we saying?
Brock Purdy about as mobile as a goddamn rug you standing on right now.
Bro, look at his numbers. Tell me that again.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
Look at his numbers. I'm not trying to say he's the greatest quarterback in the world. The dude runs the rock. He does. His offensive line is awesome. Admit it. His offensive line is great. Nomad, sometimes you're wrong, and you just have to admit that you're wrong sometimes.
Dog, Brock Purdy mobile.
Bro, okay.
Come on, man.
He's not a running quarterback, but he's a quarterback that can run.
Bro, yeah, he's like opportunities will present themselves.
Right, he'll get you a first down. He's not gonna, run 80 yards.
Hey, Trip, that motherfucker's like RoboCop. Isn't what we're talking about? He can run. Come on.
Well, I mean, he'll get you your first down and he'll slide. It's like move the chains and huddle up. He's not gonna break it to a point where he's breaking off safeties' ankles or nothing, or outrunning linebackers, but he'll get you a first down with his legs if it's not there in the passing game.
Hey, man, listen.
I think, Keds, this would answer the question. Do you consider Brock Purdy a dual threat quarterback?
Me personally, I think Brock Purdy sucks, but I am going to say that he can run the ball. He runs the ball quite frequently, a lot more frequently than anybody would expect.
Yes, but running a weapon.
Again, I'm not trying to say that he is. Again, he's not Justin Fields. He's not Trey Lance. That's not why he was selected. He's, you know what I mean? You wouldn't think that his strength is in running the ball, but he does, and he does it very well, surprisingly well. Right.
When the opportunity presents itself, they're not running a lot of read options for him.
All right.
No, they do it all the time.
We'll hit it dead ass right. Purdy can run if the opportunity presents itself. Let's just say the receivers, the tight end, ran the play off, and there's nobody really there, and Brock Purdy sees nothing but daylight. He can run it.
Right.
And like Brock Purdy's going to be dipping, dodging, making people miss. So you got to be clear when you say shit like that.
No, I am. I'm very clear. I say he's not Justin Fields. Justin Fields will do time and make people miss. That's not Brock Purdy. He's not a running back. He's a quarterback. But he can move. He's mobile. He's actually quite. Would you consider Mitch Trubisky a mobile quarterback?
I think he's mobile. Yes. Yeah.
But he's not a running quarterback.
He's not like a running quarterback.
Mitch Trubisky is a mobile quarterback. He wasn't good at anything else but running the ball. Like real talk.
Like when you say mobile quarterback, I think I don't know. Maybe we had a couple of different definitions of it, man. Because I'm just being honest with you, Brock Purdy needs to be checking my shit in at Walmart.
In 2024, how many yards rushing?
Get my groceries, get your little fat ass over there and get out the way. Dog, I'm good, dog. Get your little ass out the way. He's lucky to be drafted by a system that really featured what he can do well, and that is pay attention to the details, throw the ball on time, and that's it. That's it. Let the system feature you and not you feature the system. Brock Purdy outside of that system, man, please, come on, dog. Come on, man. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm not. At no point am I trying to really say that Brock Purdy is a great quarterback. That's not what I'm saying. I'm actually talking about Kyle Shanahan and his ability to handle both a mobile and a pocket passer. And that was the issue. It's not really Brock Purdy that I'm trying to glaze up. I could give a rat's ass about Brock Purdy. I'm not a 49ers fan. But I will say that one more time. Kyle Shanahan is dynamic enough to handle both sides of the ball. And that's what you were saying, that he's not dynamic enough to handle a mobile and a pocket passing quarterback. He is. Fuck Brock Purdy.
Yeah, fuck them all. And so with that said, let's get Ethereal on the damn clock before we all go to bed.
No, I think it's too late for that, man. I think we've been here long enough. And
Oh,
unfortunately,
hell no.
unless y'all want to do that, you want to get in here.
Put them damn babies to bed. He's going to be
I'm good if y'all
as
wanna do
long as he can.
I'm good if y'all want to do it.
Ethereal, it's up to you.
I'm good.
All right.
All right, let's run it. Real quick, are we doing trade backs, Ethereal? Your world.
Let's get it popping. E, can I
What
call
you
you E? Can I call you E?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
So we're doing trade backs, no trade backs. What do you want to do it?
Are we going from pick 16 or where are we going from?
We're
From
starting
the
at
start.
pick 10.
Say it again.
Starting at pick 10. That's where you start. That's the Bears' first pick.
All right. Let me see the board.
There it is.
Weak ass Brock Purdy, man.
Bro, sometimes you're wrong, bro. I'm just gonna put it out there. Like sometimes you're wrong.
All right.
Like, you're talking, you're saying Shanahan don't know what he's doing.
That
That's
motherfucker weak as water, man.
Yeah, he is. He is weak as water, but Shanahan ain't. Shanahan's actually really good, and I would love to have him here, except we got Ben Johnson, so fuck him too.
Okay. So this is the conversation we had before. If Ashton Genty is on the board at 10, do you take him? I said yes. Now the question is the difference between Armand Membo and our 39th draft pick big enough to take him now versus whoever we think is going to be there at 39?
So I like Membo a lot. He's a right tackle primarily. I think he can actually do both, though. You know, I don't know if you really want to put him in a situation where he has to do. You know,
my thought is we need I'm going to agree with you. I think we leave Darnell right where he is, and we're looking for a left tackle.
Yeah.
So if we're not able to draft a left tackle, then in this particular situation, I would pick Genty.
So I'll give you your
what trades are we looking at?
I'll give you your trades first before you make a final selection. So you're looking at obviously pick 10 to New York. New York has already selected. They want to come back in. They're trading you pick 34, pick 65, pick 99, pick their second and third of next year. So that's from New York.
Okay.
LA's offering you 26, 90, 101, a second and third as well. Again, for pick number 10. These are this is probably like the rawest trade offers I've seen in a long time. So 10 and 148 for 20, 51, and Denver's second rounder next year. And lastly, super raw. 10 and 240, pick 18 and pick 50 from the Seattle Seahawks. So they want 2 picks and trade for 2 picks here to move down. I don't know if any of those trade offers interest you.
Let me go back one.
So you wanted to see the Denver?
Yeah. So we got 18 and 50 versus 2051 and a second from next year.
No, so you've got 10 and 148 are the 2 picks we would be trading.
Yeah.
You're comparing to. I'm sorry, I'm with you.
All right. So the pick 148, you're not picking a starter with that pick, right? However, you could potentially trade because, again, when I go back and I look at what we need as an organization, we're down a couple slots. So I'm going to take this one because that second round draft pick from next year could prove to be worth something. And I would skip Genty because I still think at 18 we can get a good back, but we can, with pick 50, we may be able to get a safety or a linebacker with that. So yeah, I'm going to take the Denver trade.
You're taking the Denver, you're not picking Ashton Genty.
No.
All right.
This is the trade I'm taking.
Take it, Kaz. Now, take it now.
Hold on.
I know you don't like it.
No, he said. Well, he said he was going to pick Genty before, but here we go. There you go. You're selecting that pick 20. There's 2 more offers on the table for you.
All right.
You've got to pick 23.
Samo busted up in this piece. He said, "Where is Mimble going to play?"
Well, we're going to find out here. I'll tell you in a second, Samo. Good to see you, my brother. Shout outs to you. So pick 23 and a 3rd rounder to move back 3 spots. Oh, this is nice. To move back 2 spots, you also get pick 86. Yeah, fuck Minnesota. They want 2 picks, pick 20 and pick 240 for pick 24 to move back 4 spots and their 2nd rounder next year. Does any of this stuff look good to you?
Kelvin Banks.
Worry.
Where's Kelvin Banks?
He's right here ready for you to go.
In terms of where I need him, though.
He's there.
No, I know he's there. Pick 14. You get him 6 slots down. Yeah, give me Kelvin Banks.
He's drafting Kelvin Banks. Kelvin Banks Jr., you are a Chicago Bear. So we're now at pick 39.
And there's my running back.
Yes, indeed. No interest in this trade.
No, I want my running back.
He wants his running back. I love it.
He's a very good blocker.
Quick and easy. Marion Hampton, you are a Chicago Bear.
Take it like a man, kids. No Ashton Genty, man. No Ashton Genty. Gotta live with
That
it.
make you,
Swallow it and shut the fuck up.
does that make you happy, brother? You're laughing that we didn't get Genty.
No, I'm just laughing at you because I know how much you want him.
I don't. It's not my draft. I give 0 fucks. This is Ethereal's draft. He can select who.
Oops.
I ain't gonna be too many more motherfuckers, yeah?
Click the wrong one.
Wrong button.
I was weird. I thought the chef was coming. So do we have?
I'm not taking that trade. No.
Not taking this trade. You got to look at it. I wouldn't trade with Detroit if you paid me, but it's not a terrible trade to go back.
Yeah, one. And what do I?
It's actually not bad. So 1 spot, you're trading your 240, but you're getting pick 102 instead of a 7th rounder.
All right. So a couple of things.
Yeah,
caught me off guard with this, and I need to know where I like Tyleik Williams. So
okay, so looky here. So you've got Tyleik here. He's fallen a little bit. You're at pick 41. Odds are they're probably trading up to get Tyleik. There's also Kenneth Grant just a little ways behind him too. They can't get both of these guys. Do you like Tyleik better than Kenneth?
that's the question, right?
Yeah.
That's the question.
So you've got an old lineman, you've got a running back. You're looking for something on the D line, whether it's edge rusher or DT.
Got to fill the needs, man.
Yeah.
Now I still have 50 because I traded back for 51, right? So I still have 51 because of the Denver trade.
Sam will say, see who's available first.
So you're right. That's your 51 is your next selection. So you've got just on the board Tyleik Williams, Jalen Milroe, Donovan Ezeraku, Kenneth Grant, Mason Taylor, Landon Jackson, Carson Swesinger, Trey Amos, Henderson, the running back, but you just selected a running back, Jalen Noel, Jonas Avayanea, Wyatt Millum, JT. Two, I can't pronounce your last name right now. Ariante Ursary. You've got some.
Ethereal, can you see the chat?
Oh, right.
They're just giving you suggestions, man. You know how the chat is.
Okay.
I think in my opinion, I would suggest you take the trade because it's only one selection back, and you're going to get a pick in the top 150 for it.
That's fine. Give me the trade.
Yeah,
I'll agree.
I hate Detroit, but you know what it is.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking that.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more raw. Tyleek's still there. They took the edge rusher.
Yeah. First of all, I told you Jalen Milroe wasn't going in the first round.
Yeah.
Take Tyleek.
Peanut butter skin. You know peanut butter skin? Okay.
Well, what's up, Auntie?
So y'all think Ken Grant is better than Tyleek Williams?
Chat, what do you think?
Yeah, leave that one to the chat because me personally, I really like Tyleek Williams. I really do.
And someone want to know what you doing tossing them dingalings around in the dark.
Hey man, I don't want to say nothing.
You know, you should get your workout in when you can. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Samuel Judkins is here, but he just picked Omarion Hampton as his running back. But yeah, so chat Ethereal is asking, what do you guys like? Who do you guys like more, Tyleek Williams or Kenneth Grant? Let us know. Give Ethereal a little bit of help.
Nobody needs to ask me my opinion about that.
What's your opinion, sir?
What's your?
Nobody asked me.
Well, I just did. That was me.
I ain't saying. Ethereal's the man of the hour.
Now he's not saying.
This guy. Ron, that is not going to happen.
Grant's a better fit so far. Like Grant, so far, all of things I see are Grant, not one Williams.
So pick up Grant then.
All right.
Don't listen to the chat, man. We love him, but don't let them drive. Don't let them drive for you now.
Kenneth Grant, you are a Chicago Bear.
FFG style is getting into a little slot fight with Moon in here. My guy Moon, thank you for coming into the show. I don't know that you've ever been here, but thank you for being here tonight. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. If you're new to the channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button. If you like all this dingalingness that's going on this channel and great football coverage that we do at the same time, you know, we do great football content, but we are acting an absolute ass right now, and I'm enjoying it.
Can you scroll down on my availability real quick?
So you've got. Let me know if there's any position that you wanna zoom in on as well, Daryl. So
offensive lineman.
So you want to zoom in on the offensive line?
Yeah.
So we'll start with the tackles. Although I believe you already have one. Ariante Ursary, Marcus Bowe, Ozzie Chapilo.
We need a center. We need a center.
We want to look at center.
Yeah.
The top center is going to be available here. Should be around, pick 73 from what this board says. Jared Wilson, Seth McLaughlin, Jonah Monheim, who's got a little bit of familiarity with Caleb Williams, Jake Majors from Texas. It's kind of what the center situation looks like. Did you want to see guard?
Yeah.
So we've got Tate Ratledge, Dylan Fairchild, who we just featured a little while ago. Yeah. Miles Frazier's available. Jackson Slater. A couple of guys here.
All right. Let me see the top. Let me see the board all up.
Yeah. So what you might want to look at, mind you, is defensive end. So you haven't looked at an edge rusher yet. So one more time. Tyleek Williams, Jalen Milroe, Travion Henderson, Jalen Noel, Ariante Ursary, cornerback Thomas, Quinshawn Judkins, Jalen Royals, Maxwell Hairston, another cornerback.
Hold on real quick.
Hey, y'all want to know why Trips is over there slinging all them things because he knows his girl getting ready to get out of jail real soon. Real soon. Go on, girl, with your big ass.
And I gotta strap these to me just to fit.
Oh no.
There ain't no sugar walls up in there. That's just hello, echo, echo, echo.
Hey, your girls be emailing me and shit. Man, I can't deal with all your personal shit, man. You got to keep that
All
private.
right. So bring the trades back up.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So this one isn't crazy. Move back 3 spots, gain another, 152.
Yeah, take that trade.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dunsville.
Not that one.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Done. So you move back 3 spots. Tyleek Williams is still on the take. Let's just take a quick peek here who disappeared. Jalen Noel, Jalen Milroe, and Maxwell Hairston. So those are the 3 guys who disappeared over the last.
Hey, by the way, Samuel, if your girl, if this was your girl sending me emails, man, you'd be swinging nunchucks too.
I miss you, Cookie Crumb.
Look at her lips. I know what she do with them lips. But and Samo, these are not nunchucks. These are actually broken off chair legs. You know those wooden chairs, and hockey taped them up, and so I can use them.
Let me see the board.
Absolutely.
Just,
Again, any position specifically that you're interested in?
next
So either edge or tackle. Or guard. I already got a tackle. TJ Sanders is still available. Hold on. Go.
TJ Sanders is still available, but I believe he's a DT.
All right. That's 59. That's too high. Go back to the board.
Hey man, Trips. Hey man, get Berlin to stop sending me emails and shit, man. You got
hey, do it, man.
Hey, just scroll down a little bit because
getting a lot of edge recommendations, man. A lot of them.
Yeah. I'm gonna take Princely, but I'm questioning whether or not I should trade back.
I like Samuel's pick.
Jonah Siv.
That's my opinion. Jonah Savanea.
Is Jonah still there?
Gotta be.
He's gone, man.
No, he ain't. Go to offensive tackle.
He's gone, bro.
She's gone.
Go to guard, kids. See if he's there.
Nah, he's a tackle.
He's gone.
You gone.
Wait, just scroll up a little bit in the picks. Where'd he go to? No, not those picked. The already picked.
On the left side, the draft results.
I got you. There he went. He went to the Colts. At 45.
Rose is saying no edge for me when we're paying Montez and Dial.
Personally, I would still go edge here. I'll be frank about this one.
Show me the tackles again. I want to see the offensive tackles in the center.
So, Scrolls, wouldn't that mean that you should actually get a rookie defensive end because you're paying those guys?
But you have developmental guys already that you picked last year.
You got Booker and you got what's my man, Hardy.
Yeah, we got to fill gaps, right? We got to fill gaps. So when I'm looking at this, I'm like, all right, we have Montez Sweat. Now the question is, who are going to back him up because injury is a problem, right? I think Montez Sweat was hurt last year. So if he gets if he gets hurt again, who are we going to have to back him up? Safety or linebacker is fair. This is again. This is a draft that is a result of a decision that I would not have made last year, right? Because I'd had my way last year, we'd have a plethora of picks that we could choose from to.
Oh, that's what you're saying. All right, okay, I'm with you.
Oh,
I was like, what do you mean by that? Oh, okay, all right. Without digging into it, I got you. So what do you want to do here, man? You want to do? I think edge is still the best position in question. We can always look at linebacker for you.
Safety.
Yeah, the linebacker situation where you're at right now doesn't look great.
This is not what I care about is making sure that we have the best offensive line that we can have, and we need to get our center of the future. And so what I want to see is how far down would I need to drop to get the best center available.
Well, you have pick 72 coming up.
I'm just saying, I'm like this. Let Ethereal cook. Chat what y'all think. Let him cook. Let him cook. Cook.
You got to remember last year our defense was pretty good, right? And we're gonna let some people go, but like that offense, we need to pack, and then we can come. We still have good linebackers this year, and we can come and we can pick a linebacker. Now we have two second round draft picks next year. We can pick a linebacker super early. We got 5 centers now.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest you get the. So he's kind of right, and that was what I was about to bring up. So we just selected Drew Dahlman. He's 26 years old and gave him a decent contract for a while. There's Stromberg. There's Bates. I think that's. Is there one more I'm missing, guys?
Isn't fullback still here?
Oh, Kramer, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's here. He's technically a center too, but I doubt they'll even play him at center. So yes, there's 3 centers on the roster right now. It depends on your comfortability with.
We let Sanborn go, right?
Sanborn's gone, so that's part of the reason why we might need a linebacker.
Center probably ain't your best bet here.
Okay.
Probably ain't, but you cook Ethereal. Don't let me.
No. I told you, like I didn't. Yeah. This isn't exactly me preparing. I haven't really done a whole lot of mock drafts this year. All right, so let's see the linebackers. Where are we at with linebackers? Y'all made a good point. Defense, linebackers.
So Barrett Carter, Chris Paul Jr., Demetrius Knight. I would expect you could select any one of these guys with the 72 pick. They're all on the big.
Let me see the edges.
Yeah.
Let me see the edges.
Sure.
You're getting a lot of suggestions. People, Rocket Dream Burn says, we got Noah Sewell. Samuel says, look at tight end.
We got Noah Sewell.
Yes.
We got Noah Sewell.
We got Noah Sewell.
Noah Sewell can kick rocks.
Oh, be careful now. You know what network you're on?
Man, sit your ass down.
See what happened?
I am not sure Noah Sewell is going to be healthy enough to play.
Say that shit.
He's just always hurt. Just like same with Brisker. Brisker's great. I love Jaquan Brisker. He gets another concussion. What are we gonna do?
So should we be looking at safety?
No, well, not yet. Give me Princely.
Princely it is.
Yeah, man.
Princely Umanmilian, you are a Chicago Bear, and I probably butchered your last name.
That might have been a bit.
We set up No Bad Swools channel.
It was close.
Hey, go to hell, Scroll.
Funny. All right, so we're at pick number 72. You also have pick number 102 coming up, hot and heavy behind it.
Give me that linebacker. Give me that linebacker.
What linebacker?
Go to linebackers.
We're
Go to linebackers. Let's see which.
Let's just do this here for you. Ooh, looky here. TJ Sanders just popped up. He's readily available for you.
I already have a defensive.
You do. Andrew McCuba, safety. Let's see who the top linebacker is. Top linebacker is Barrett Carter, as available right now.
That's what I'm taking.
That's who you're taking? All righty.
Oh, no safety. Okay. Living large. Okay.
Barrett Carter, you are sure. Yeah.
Oh.
So now you're picking at 102. Ooh-wee. The Bengals offer you 103, and they're smart. They offer you 103 and 193.
No, give me that safety.
For your selection.
Samo's my dog, and he's everybody's dog over here. He said, "Take a look at them safeties."
Yeah. No, give me the safety. I'm not.
wide receiver.
Reject the pick. I'm taking the safety. I'm not worried about wide receivers right now. We have a lot of wide receivers. Give me that safety. I'm not even. That's not even. Lathan Ransom.
Lathan Ransom, you are Chicago Bears.
Eric God, I agree. Jaquan Brisker is fantastic if he can get the concussions under control.
Yeah, that's the only. That's
like my issue with Jaquan Brisker has nothing to do with his ability to play his position.
I'm not even looking at safety. As a matter of fact, Ethereal, if Jaquan Brisker is healthy and ready to go, I'm not prioritizing. I'm not saying I wouldn't look at a safety, but I'm not prioritizing it. You know what I mean? I think that's what you mean, right?
You're right.
You just selected a safety.
No. I don't know. He's not prioritizing the safety. I think we need a safety.
Yes.
Right.
I think you and everybody else in this fan base, even the ones that privately think that, know that we need to make sure we get some insurance on this team because we don't know what Jaquan Brisker is going to turn out to be.
Yeah. Let me see what tight ends we have right
now. Pickens are okay. So there's Mitchell Evans. People like Mitchell Evans, but people like Jalen Conyers a heck of a lot more. We're at pick number 152. The next pick is the 233rd pick in the draft.
How many does he have left, kid? I want to know.
I believe he's got 3.
All right.
Oh, nope. Just has these 2 picks. So 152 and then 233 left over.
Let me see. Let me see next best all up.
If y'all like an Alive Nomad and y'all like doing this, man, please just make these 2 picks because I'm going to get the hell murdered out of me if I don't.
What did you ask me, Ethereal?
I just want to see the draft board all up.
Okay.
There's a linebacker right there.
So there's your draft results. You want this side or this side?
No. So 134. So is that linebacker Danny Stutzman the next best player in the draft?
He's the top player available at this present time.
All right.
Hey, Samuel, have you checked out Jalen Conyers out of Texas Tech? I want to know. Like, that guy's probably somewhere in that tight end range.
He is. He's available.
I want to know that Samuel check him out because that motherfucker. Yeah. Whew.
Safety or linebacker?
He's already selected both.
All right. So everything else is just a luxury pick?
So let's just pick 152. We'll go through his picks real quick. Offensive tackle, running back, defensive tackle, edge rusher, linebacker, safety.
Running back, tight end. I'm sorry. What tight end and wide receiver?
So those are probably the 2 next available selections that you have in the draft.
In terms of need, I would go tight end over wide receiver because we're rich in wide receivers. Like we have we have a stupid amount of wide receivers. But the question is, do I need to draft him there? And there's no trades. And he's the best Let's see. Let's see. Do we get a tight end from Notre Dame or a tight end from Iowa?
Hey, by the way, Derek, guy, I don't know nobody in the Bears. I've never heard one person say one bad word against Jaquan Brisker. I know that motherfucker is one of the favorites amongst the fan base, and
He's
people
yeah.
like everybody wants to see that guy be 100% Jaquan Brisker.
Absolutely.
It's just like, but we know for a fact that this motherfucker, man, you might have to get somebody to back him up, man.
Yeah, he's like if you looked at his Penn State tape, Jaquan was thumping. I was hyped when we got him, and he's been thumping out there. But it's a violent game.
It's very.
So that Jimmy helmet.
So we had Notre Dame or Iowa.
Texas Tech. Actually, they go in Texas Tech.
I think you look at Texas Tech.
Because I haven't heard any good, well, not bad buzz, but I've heard more about Conyers than Evans and or Lackey.
So Lachey's good. He's tomato. I mean, he's good, but he's much more of a blocking tight end than anything else.
So to be fair, this is what I would need to figure out in this particular situation. We have to look at the tight ends that we have. We have to look at how Ben Johnson uses tight ends, and then we have to look at how these tight ends fit in with whatever Ben Johnson's scheme is. To be fair, I don't know all of that right now, so I'm just going to go with the Iowa tight end because I know they pump out good tight ends. Jalen Conyers could be the tight end for us, but I also know the Bears like to pick the hometown guys. So somewhere between Iowa or Notre Dame is going to be where they would.
Well, look, can I offer you a little bit of support here? This is a thought. Now, I'm telling you, looking at Ben Johnson's offense, what it's like when you watch a basketball game, like very often you probably see that only a couple, 2 or 3 players on the court are probably live. Most of those guys are out there just kind of furniture, right? And they're just trying to get the ball and pass it, just to get the defense to move. Like the idea is to get every one of those guys, 1 through 5, a live wire. And I think that's Ben Johnson is trying to create that. I've seen him create that in Detroit. He's trying to make sure that every skill player, whether it be the quarterback, the running back, the tight end, any receiver, he's trying to make them live. He's trying to make them a factor. And so I'm not saying that Lachey can't be a factor, but he's trying to weaponize every last one of those guys. And so I'm just saying that's just the way I think of what he does.
So in Detroit, he had Laporta, which was his obviously number 1 tight end, Brock Wright, Kenny Yeboah, Zane Zystra. Did you know any of those other 3 tight ends?
I know all of them.
Okay. Did they make noise?
Yeah.
I think if you go outside of Jalen Conyers, I think you're right with Luke Lachey.
So Samuel makes a good point. And the point is this, and I literally just looked at it, and it's the RAS score. So Jalen Conyers' RAS score is at 9.29. Reason being, he can do just about everything on the field.
That ain't just an empty ass. That's not an empty ass number. I seen it on tape.
On the field, on tape.
Can he block? Can he block?
Hell yeah.
RAS score is much lower with Luke Lachey. RAS score is much lower with Mitchell Evans.
So let me get to what he just asked. Like the running back, one of my favorite running backs in this class is Brooks, number 28. I can't think of his first. Taj Brooks is the name. You see time after time, Taj Brooks just running open and nobody's even touching him. And if you look closely in the play, you see Jalen Conyers pretty much paving the way. There's one play even on the highlights where they're high-fiving on the way to a Taj Brooks touchdown. I'm telling you, this motherfucker is the truth, man.
All right. I reserve the right to do a little bit of research, come back and redo this draft. That's all I'm saying.
You're welcome to come back on the show. You know what I mean? We'll get you on in maybe a week or 2 if you'd like to be on.
So, all right. So on this, I'm going to take Jalen just because I know the Bears like to pick people with really high relative athletic scores. So let's go with Jalen Conyers.
Jalen Conyers, you are Chicago Bear.
Got one more.
That's it. I mean, at that he's not getting on the field. I don't think.
He just might.
Well, I mean, we only get Cole Kmet.
Right. Maybe you do it.
That's in there playing some Wildcat. You seen that on film. I know Samo saw that too. I know, let me see, Derek Guy saw it. That motherfucker is a wild card, man. You can weaponize this guy in a lot of different ways, man.
All right. Let me see the best pick.
So you're at your final pick. Best top selection available is Kobe King, linebacker. Maxon Hook follows him shortly at the safety position. You've addressed both of those spots. Jacob Gideon is there as a center. Anybody else?
Let me see that linebacker up top. Oh, give me Jimmy Horn. Well, do I want Jimmy Horn? No, I don't want Jimmy Horn. No.
See guard.
What didn't let's look at what you did so far. Let's look at his list.
I think the only thing that you didn't get is a wide receiver, but you don't want one of them.
That's probably the only thing that he didn't get. So Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle, Omarion Hampton, running back, Kenneth Grant, DT, Princely on the edge, Barrett Carter, linebacker, Lathan Ransom, safety, Jalen Conyers, tight end, and what you gonna do?
What you feel like you're missing? I think
I need a guard, but so my thought is I need a guard, but no guard that I pick right now is gonna impact anything for real.
Depends on now. Don't pay attention to where these guys are listed. Just look at the guards. Like Marcus Harper's a stud. Let's go back up a little bit. Marcus Harper is definitely a stud. Joe Huber from Wisconsin's a stud. I think I like Josh Freeby from Michigan. Cooper Mays is probably the stud of all the studs. You got some real that's valuable pieces right there. Cooper Mays all the way down there. There's some good players right there.
I can't hear
really
you.
Good players.
Looks like a lot of those are going to be UDFAs.
It don't matter. It's just like this is
according to this.
Yeah. These motherfuckers can play. Cooper Mays way down there is ridiculous. Josh Freeby. But I'm telling you, man, you can't go wrong with just go down a little bit, kids. Cooper Mays, Josh Freeby, Joe Huber, or Marcus Harper. You can't go wrong. Tell you that right now.
Now, Samo's saying, what is that, Jake Majors?
Majors is more of a center, ain't he, Samo?
He's a center that can play guard.
Okay, yeah, I saw that on film.
Him down here?
Jake Majors, he's there somewhere. You just scroll past him.
Did I?
He might be at center.
Go down a little bit further.
Because aren't you on guards?
I am.
Check
yeah. I thought I saw him.
Wait. Oh, that's Mayers.
Xavier Truss is decent, Rip Simpkins. I hear you.
Yeah, maybe he's a center.
I can't.
Eli Cox is there too. Eli Cox is good stuff.
That's crazy.
Maybe he took already because I don't see him up there.
I don't see Jake Majors up here. There's your boy John Williams, though.
Oh yeah, he's a big dude. I mean, he's
if you're looking for a pure guard,
pick 233. Yeah, go back to guard because a guard is really where we're lacking.
Caleb Rogers is a stud, and he's listed as a tackle.
Tackle. Can you click on his profile? Go back to tackle and click on Caleb Rogers. He's under tackles.
He's one of them dudes you can do anything with.
Right.
He's in that top, probably all around offensive lineman. He's probably in my top 7.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with him. There we go.
Texas.
Only because I'm picking in the dark here anyway.
Are you sure you don't want to look at no wide receivers?
I got you, Ethereal.
I do not think the Bears need to draft a wide receiver this year.
All right.
Straight.
Caleb Rogers, you are Chicago.
Caleb Rogers is a right tackle on film at Texas Tech. Any one of these guys that you're unfamiliar with, I'm talking to everybody, please just do me a favor and just go look at least the version of their reps. Caleb Rogers, I'm telling you, like there's a handful of offensive linemen in this draft. Like don't nobody talk about Caleb Rogers is one of them. Another one is Marcus Tate out of Clemson, straight up stud bully. And I think that's what Ben Johnson's looking for: dirty, nasty bullies that can really go out there and push people around. And you heard that, you keep hearing that coming out of the conversation. You can take this down, kids, and email it to us.
Well, no, we gotta read it off so everybody can see it because there are questions like who did we pick or did we pick?
All right, let me. Ethereal, can you see it? Do you want to run through your picks?
All right. Possible starting left tackle, Calvin Banks with the 20th pick and the 2025 Chicago Bears draft. Pick 39, Omarion Hampton. With the 42nd pick, I chose Kenneth Grant. With the 54th pick, I chose Princely Umar. 72, Barrett Carter out of Clemson. 102, Lathan Ransom out of Ohio State. 152, Jalen Conyers out of Texas Tech. And the final pick at 233, Caleb Rogers, also from Texas Tech. And I scooped up a second-round draft pick from Denver for the 2026 draft next year.
My favorite, sir. I got three favorite picks, and it's your last three. Those are my favorite picks. Lathan Ransom all the way down at 102, safety out of Ohio State. Jalen Conyers, come on, dog. Tight end out of Texas Tech. He just ain't getting no love. I guarantee you, if he was playing in that system that Tyler Warren was playing in, and he got featured like that, if he was on a team that got that much exposure, we'd be having a conversation about Jalen Conyers instead of Tyler Warren.
Yeah. So Jimmy, we traded down twice. We got Denver's second pick for next year. We also got pick 54, which we didn't have. That came out of nowhere. And that pick that we have at 152 was at like 250 when we traded. So we went up 100 spots when we did that trade as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he came down from the 240 pick to 102. So again, decent selection in the top 100, and it scored you your safety. Quite frankly, Lathan Ransom is usually not around at 102. He usually goes at around 80-ish at the latest. So that's a really awesome selection there. Got yourself your running back, got your trenches addressed. I think you did what you needed to do here, brother.
Hey, do me a favor, because Ethereal's in our email. He's in the email on the Nomad Network email. Just send him that, and I will send it to me too, because I don't know how present you are on social media, but if you want me to, I'll put it out there.
Yeah, Samo, that's what it's about. Like you can't we need to pick players who are going to contribute at a high level as soon as they can. Otherwise, you need to save your project players for later in the draft, because next year they should be better. If they're not contributing quickly and we're paying them, then they're almost out the door, right?
I like the fact that you got a couple of them, man. But let's take this down. Let's have some closing thoughts about this, man, because I'm half tempted to put Tripp's girlfriend picture that she emailed me back on the screen, man, and that's not what I want to remember about this podcast. But man, holy crap!
And you close your eyes and she's whoever you want her to be.
Man, that can't be Halle Berry, man.
Well, maybe Halle Berry times like 20. Because she got a little unit. Because like whenever you go to the church or to the cookout or to the repast, you only go to those ladies who's making the plates with that extra tricep meat and
Hey,
those big ankles. Yeah.
hey, no, ain't nothing on here. She got defensive. She got defensive lineman arm, man. I can't do nothing with that, man. She put too much sugar in her cornbread, too much sugar on her yams. She got diabetes. She in jail. I can't fool with that, man. Trips, you keep some bad company, man. I just want to tell you, man. Stop doing that, man.
Hey, the heart wants what the heart wants.
Hey, you better say no sometime, man. I know that, man, because these broads you deal with, especially Berlin, man, and she getting out in 2028. That's all I know. She just told me to send you this damn letter and send you this picture. She's just like, put it up every time you ready to go do a podcast. And when you're ready to, you know what I'm saying? When you're ready to do your podcast, she just want this picture over there next to you. So
Well, her nickname is Booger Bear.
All right, man. Look, this shit's funny to me, but I'm gonna leave it alone so we can. Ked, you can take this down off the screen. We just send it to each other so I can close this out.
So how was it being on the clock there, Ethereal? Did you hit a little wall and go like, oh shit, this ain't as easy as it looks?
No, I talk football too much already as it is. It wasn't like that. But as I talked to Nomad before, and it's just it takes a lot to be in this. And I have a speaking background, so it's not, speaking and doing stuff like that. It's not that big a deal. It's just being up to date and understanding what's going on in the world and who to pick. And, I told you I was doing too much. I had to take a step back. So, as we kind of start to converse more, especially when the season starts and I'm watching the game and doing the all 22 after the draft, we're going to have some really good conversations.
Right. Huh?
Hey, you know what, Ethereal? You know what I appreciate most, and this is your first time being on the channel, and it's I appreciate your approach and your delivery, and the fact that you got 3 opinionated, big mouth guys on this show that they're really, it's like it's the intelligence, your emotional intelligence, and knowing when to try to speak and knowing when to present yourself. It's like you knew. There was something about you that you knew is like these 3 dudes with the way they carry on, man. I'll find my moments. It's like you knew that, and I got so much appreciation for that. It goes a long way, dude. You gonna rock the shit, man. And I promise you, dog. You're gonna be one of the favorites here. I guarantee you that. Keep coming on back, and we're gonna keep doing this shit, man.
What's cracking kids up? That's what I want to know.
Berlin got that 3 technique.
Put it up, kid.
I did. It's up there, man. I'm just saying. The Scrolls gets me at least once an episode. That's just how she rolls, man. But there she is, yeah, and all her glory, Berlin. Miss your cookie crumb. Yeah, Berlin.
That's what your name is, Trish. That's what she called you.
That's
Cookie crumb.
Hey, I don't know. I don't be listening.
I don't be listening. Oh, that's too funny, man.
That was your new name is from now. Hey, Cookie Crumb, how you doing, man? How's everything going on in Sports Zone Chicago? And I just said Sean's network. I said Sports Zone Chicago.
I know. It's like, who you talking to?
Sports Chicago style. My bad. But
shout out to Sean anyhow, man. Big ups.
Super bad.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, look here. Because we've been on here 4 hours and 13 minutes. Way more than any podcaster is going to give you, especially at this hour of the night. Kids got to go to work in the morning. I'm sure Ethereal got shit to do tomorrow.
Got a baby to deal with, bro.
Everybody's got shit to do. And we just carrying on. And Trips is over there slinging them things. And you don't hurt somebody if we don't hurt him get off this goddamn podcast. Man.
I like himself and or the camera, but I think the rest of us are safe.
All right. How about this, man? How about this? Ethereal, you want to give any shout outs because you're the guest here, but not for long. I got a feeling about this. What do you think, man? And what's your shout outs? You got any before you pass it on to care.
Not man, I appreciate y'all having me. This is inception into podcasting in general and coming on here and talking Bears football, which we can do for hours and days. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the draft. You do those, they can turn out any which way. So yeah, I appreciate y'all. Happy to come back. Happy to talk more football.
Man,
happy to talk more. And if y'all need to learn anything else about catfish and spaghetti, we can figure that out.
Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna hook you up with Cookie Crumb down there beneath you, man. He gonna hook you up, man. We're gonna get it all together.
Wow, so I guess you like Derek Guy said you better not call another man Cookie Crumb. You just jumped in with both feet 2 times.
Delicious. Hey, delicious.
Delicious and Cookie Crumb. I want nothing to do with y'all nicknames. Thanks. But hey man, Ethereal, it was a slice. Thanks for coming through. You're very articulate, very thoughtful human being, and I think you did fantastic today, man. We will definitely have you back at some point, and we'll leave that to the ether to figure out. Love it, man. You did a great job, and your draft was pretty kick-ass too.
Yes,
Send it to you. It's in your inbox. That being said, let me give some love to those who love us. We are going to start with the Immortal Naj. Why? You sent us a super chat a little ways back, and I'm not sure if we even got to announce it or address it.
We did.
All right. So I wanted to just make sure that
I gotta holler at Samuel. He said he didn't know y'all were on. I went to TTNL tonight, and they were trying to punk me in the chat. Tell them to come try to punk me. Trying to punk us over here.
They had a problem with you, Samuel, man? Well, we first off, we don't have any problems with you. That's number one. You're our brother for time. So there was that. And why watch them when you can watch us? My smiling face. You watch me yell at Nomad and tell him that Brock Purdy's a running quarterback.
He was on their show. He said he went on.
Oh, you were actually on their show? Oh, snap. Good for you, man. I'm glad that you actually got the opportunity to sit there.
They try to punk you out. They try to punk you out. What they say, man? I want to know.
How many black jokes did they tell?
Now I'm gonna have to watch an episode of their show to see how that went over.
I ain't banging on them, but that's Sam on my bro. I don't give a fuck with nobody. He might not be over here with us right now, but Sam on my bro. I slap dog shit out one of them motherfuckers. Let me find out.
Well, I'll definitely be watching this particular episode just to keep myself abreast on how they treated my good friend. Outside of that, it is what it is. Let's give these folks some love. So big shout outs to Big Sam O, starting right there. We addressed the Immortal Naj. The Scrolls is with us all night long. Thanks for coming through on the West Coast. Derek Guy was down with us as well. It's Crimson You Dig was with us for sure. Jimmy Santilli is in the place to be. Ron C was with us. Rip Simpkins. Our guy Ethereal Sanders is actually live and direct with us. Thanks for coming through, Ethereal. We appreciate that. Ron Johnson came through. Smitty Q, what it do? AC Adam was out there with us. D Rocket Dreams Burns was also out there doing the darn thing in the chat, chopping it up. Did I say AC Adam? If I didn't say AC Adam, I'm saying AC Adam. What's cracking, my brother? FFG style. He's a super no maniac. You should be as well. Moon is with us too tonight. Please, by all means, wipe your feet at the door, like, share, and subscribe. And by all means, do the same thing for me over at my channel. Where am I? No, man, you should be in these things popping my stuff up, man. But you're too busy popping up Bertha. Where's Bertha? I'm just looking for me. There you go. Hey, this guy. Yeah. You see that guy? He's an awesome guy. I like that guy. Anyhow, go to Keza Canuck. Give me a little bit of like, share, subscribe, love. I would appreciate that as always.
That same guy is the one that Bayless Jones is going to beat to sleep.
Yeah, my lord, I have a legal team. I'm good. I will accept the beatings from, like, real talk. He would probably just miss me. You know, if his fight game is as good as his rock handling game, I think I'm coming out in roses, bro. I think I'm doing great. Who else we got out there? We got some folks out there. Oh, I did say my guy FFG, but big love for you. You're always contributing to the network, and we appreciate that, sir. What else we got? Oh, Nick Rembert's out there doing the darn thing in the chat. Mr. Mayhem was with us for sure. Shout outs to you, Mr. Mayhem.
Scroll just hit you up with a like.
Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate that, Scrolls, by all means. What I probably should have done is this. Let me do that. This. Yeah, this. Boom. Just throw that into the chat for you guys. By all means, give me a little bit of love. As always, we are multi-streaming, but to be frank with you, it's better to be in this chat because you're with the rest of the folks. Ron Winarski is down with us tonight. Thanks for coming through, Ron. Always good to have you. The White Ghost was hanging out. There's somebody else I'm missing here for sure. Who am I missing? Paul Rodriguez was down with us tonight. Black Diamond. Petty Murphy was in the chat tonight. What it do, Petty? Go Blue came through. Shout out to you, Go Blue. Dante Purify was with us too. The good minister Charles Johnson. Thanks for being down with us. The Cocaine Bear was with us tonight as well. Be careful with the snow, Cocaine Bear. Who else we got, man? Anybody else out there? Man, the chat was lively and bumping all night long. So just running through Laz. Oh, shout out to Laz, man. Thanks for doing the darn thing with us tonight, Laz. Anyone else?
By the way, we still got, and we get ready to close the show. We still got over 115 people still in the chat. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. Make sure you guys, more than anything else, make sure you hit the sub button. We do a lot of great content for you guys, man. Hey, that's just one free way to say thank you. Just hit the subscribe button, pop, and you done it.
Yeah, do the same thing over on my little situation too at Keds the Canuck on YouTube. Shout out to the Crooked Commish for coming through. One of the guys from his team, Foul Mouth C, should be rolling with us on Sunday, so we'll get a little bit of Chicago Clubhouse action right here on the Nomad Network on Sunday. But that I believe that just about rounds it out. Crimson, enjoy your trip. I don't know when you start it, but enjoy the trip. Sounds like you're going to have a blast on both sides of the border. But Triple R, what do you got to say, bro?
Well, big up Nomad, Ethereum, Keds the Canucks. Make sure everybody out there hooks your boy up with a sub on the YouTube channel at Sports Chicago Style. And this picture up here, ignore all that flesh and that skin because that's not what we bring to the channel over there. We do other stuff. The flesh and the skin, that's a different channel. That's not appropriate for the kids on this channel. But yeah, big up to all of the Super Nomaniacs, all of the Nomaniacs, all of the prospective Nomaniacs who were tuned in live, who will tune in on demand. Big up to y'all. And thank you for allowing me to play with my big ass fidget spinners, as we've been on the air for 4 hours and 22 minutes. And you got to get those workouts in where you can. So big up to everybody who's on pins and needles, waiting for a couple weeks when polls is finally on the clock and we see who's taking who where, and it's like, oh, I wanted him, or yay, we got him, or oh, why the fuck did we take him? Whatever the case may be, it's coming up. And we are here for it. So Sports Chicago Style at Keds Canuck, Nomad Network, everybody that contributes, big up all y'all. Let's fucking go.
First of all, let me give a super duper shout out to my boy down there, Cookie Crumb. And that's the shit, man. I love Cookie Crumb, man. That's my guy. Love him. Appreciate Samo for jumping in here with us tonight. My bad. Got good job setting me up, kids. Appreciate that, man. Thank you, Ethereal, man. I think tonight proved to me, this is one of those nights when you kind of, you got a sense for something and you let it happen. And Ethereal came and played a role here tonight, and the perfect one, in my opinion, man. I loved your draft. Number one, but more important than that, you'll get a chance to do a couple more of those before it's all said and done. But I just appreciate your presence, the intellect, what you bring, what you brought to the table, and I would definitely love to have you on the show anytime you want to, or any other show you want to get on, man, because your presence and your patience, I think, was the most important thing to say, is how you knew to just hold up, wait for my opportunity, and I'll get it, and I'll get it in when I can. We are three loudmouths, and that's why the podcast works well, because we got big mouths and a lot of opinions, and between me, Kez, and Trips, we have our own minds, and me and Kez got into it, but that's nothing. That's a regular day. You know what I mean? That's just what we do over here. We have back and forth, and it's fun, man. So I thought you fit in well, and I appreciated you, Ethereum, and thank you for being willing to come on here and let people see you for the first time, and let people see what you have to bring to the table, man. I thought it was great, just to be honest with you. Yep. And, hey, thank everybody for being here tonight. It was a great show, in my opinion. I thought to me, you do 4 hours and 24 minutes, and you just like, hold on, man, really? What did you guys do in 4 hours and 24 minutes? What happens is when you have people a part of what you do, and you have things to talk about, you just never know how far that conversation is going to go. And if it goes a little further than you expected it to go, then you just don't get in the way. You just let it happen. And, of course, we could have ended the podcast 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago. But you don't stifle people when they have something to say. And I think that's what happened here tonight. I think people had a whole lot to say, and we just let everybody have their piece here. And, that's what I appreciate about everybody and what everybody brings to the table. And so I just want to say thank you to everybody that was here tonight. Thank you to Ethereal for his first time, I think, doing a podcast. Is this your first time? Very first time?
Yep.
Man.
Sweet cherries.
You busting cherries out here, man.
Yeah.
Pause.
Normally that's the Triple R thing to say, but I'll be your Huckleberry tonight, man.
I'm proud that he chose us to come out here and do a podcast for the first time. Obviously, it's something about what we do that's attracting him, and I'm attracted to him as much as he's attracted to us. And pause. So that
I'm a little bit worried about where we're going with this.
Yeah.
Close out there.
Pause. No Diddy. But I'm talking about, presentation is everything when it comes to a podcast. Chemistry is everything when it comes to a podcast. A really good one has great presentation, has great chemistry. And I saw all of those things happening tonight. And I'll talk to you later about that, Ethereal, man. I think we can get something popping here, man. And I think people will like it. And so thank everybody for being here one more time. Thank Naj for the super chat, man. That was great. And I appreciate you for that, Naj. Thank everybody for the commentary. Thank everybody for the feedback and the fluidity of what we do over here on the network with the chat and what we try to do, man. It was great stuff tonight. And I want to leave you guys with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are